Welcome to the House of Representatives. Your safety is our top priority. Please take a moment to familiarize yourself with our emergency exit plan. First, remember that illuminated exit signs will always show you the way. Please remain calm and follow these signs in an orderly manner. Now, for your specific location. If you are on the plenary floor, exits are at both ends, leading to the north and south wing lobbies. You may also use the main entrance glass doors, which open toward the flagpole area. If you are in the middle gallery, your primary exit is through the main entrance glass doors, located near the flagpole area. If you are in the second or third floor galleries, in addition to the main door on your level, emergency exits are located at the ends of the seat rows on both the east and west sides. All these exits will lead you to the main hallway stairways, going down to the main entrance and out to the flagpole area. A quick guide. If you are on the south side of the gallery, turn right as you go through the emergency exit. If you are on the north side, turn left. Both will lead you towards the main hallway stairways. If you are seated at the rostrum, your nearest exits are on the north and south sides, leading directly to the rear entrance lobby and out to the helipad area. Finally, if you are unable to leave the plenary hall, do not panic. Essential safety items, a hard hat, whistle, bottled water, and flashlight are readily available under your table for your immediate use. Thank you for your attention. Your safety is our shared responsibility.
Pursuant to Rule 15H, Pursuant to Rule 15H, Rule 4 of the Rules of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Speaker Faustino Boji D. III has designated the following House members to preside successively over today's session. Representative Maria Georgina P. De Venecia of the 4th District of Pangasinan, Representative Linabel Ruth R. Villarica of the 4th District of Bulacan, Deputy Speaker Janet L. Garin of the 1st District of Iloilo, Representative Maria Carmen S. Zamora of the 1st District of Davao de Oro, Representative Maria Rachel J. Arenas of the 3rd District of Pangasinan, Representative Maria Victoria Copilar of the 6th District of Quezon City, Representative Rachel Margaret B. Delmar of the 1st District of Cebu City, Representative Attorney Jervil Jinky Beatrix R. Luistro of the 2nd District of Batangas, and Representative Ana York P. Bondoc, MD, of the 4th District of Pampanga.
The session is called to order. Please rise for the singing of the national anthem.
Noon pa man, malaki na ang naging bahagi ng mga kababaihan sa lipunang Pilipino. Kaisa sila sa marubdob na paghahangad ng kalayaan ng ating lahi. Kabilang sila sa paglinang ng ating makulay na sining at mayamang kultura. Kasapi sila sa pagtataguyod ng mga adhikain ng kapwa mamamayan at sa pagtugon sa mga pangangailangan ng lipunan. Katuwang sila sa pagtuklas sa mga larangan ng agham at medisina. Kapanalig sila sa pagpapairal ng batas, karapatan at katarungan para sa lahat. Kabahagi sila sa paglilingkod sa bayan at sa pagpapanatili ng demokrasyang Pilipino. Sa paglipas ng panahon, hindi nagmaliw ang kanilang pag-ibig sa ating inang bayan. Mga kababayan, ito ang alay ng mga kababaihang Pilipino para sa bayan. Tumayo po tayong lahat at sabay-sabay nating awitin ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang pag-ibig, pero sa silanganan, hanap ng puso, sa bigyan mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, gulit ka ng pag-ibig, sa manlulukin, di ka masisingin, sa lahat tulog sa silang at sa langit ang bahaw. Nagilan ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang isang ng patawad mo'y dalong kaya nagilingin. Tuwing at araw ng kanyang pangalaman, lumalang araw ng buwan, ating pansina, huwag namin sa piling mo. Ang hinaya na pagkay mga hatid, ang mga kailang natin sa'yo.
Please remain standing for the invocation to be delivered by Representative Monique Yasmin Maria Q. Lagdameo of the 1st District of Makati.
Let us remind ourselves of the presence of our Lord. Dear Lord, we thank you for the strides you guided your women to achieve. We are beholden to the courageous women pioneers and movers you have given us in the critical moments of the history of women's continuing struggle for a rightful and just place as part of your creation. Women pioneers and movers who chose to speak out, of even offer their lives, and upon whose shoulders we are now standing to continue their legacy, to always seek the path to a much better world for everybody and a just future for all women. Your women, dear Lord, managed to claim their right to participate in the political life of the nation and to pass legislation against discrimination on the basis of gender, against sexual harassment, and against violence on women and children. They caused the passage of the Safe Spaces Act for All. In spite of these transformative laws, old views and antiquated framework still thrive and from time to time manifest their unpleasant venom. With your grace, we humbly implore that you give us the courage to speak out, not in the spirit of open hostility, but to remind individuals who still cling to the oppressive worldview on women that their view is no longer attuned with the times and present-day realities. Coupled with courage, we seek that you grant us, O Lord, discernment because our silence or failure to speak against different manifestations of discrimination against women can over time result to regression in the gains which we have fought for and achieved. We are not seeking special treatment, dear Lord. We are praying for a level playing field where structures and systems of societal organization allow meritorious mobility free from fear, a society whose underlying norms are not founded on objectification and discrimination of your women. We are cognizant, O Lord, that in other jurisdictions, women's rights and place in society are on the retreat. Pero dito po sa bansang inyong pinagpalad sa Republika ng Pilipinas at sa kapulungan ng ating 20th Congress, hindi po namin bibitawan ng mga kalayaan at karapatan na iyong ipinagkaloob sa aming mga kababaihan sa habang panahon na pakikipaglaban kung saan buhay, dugo at pawis ang inialay ng aming mga hinalinhinan para mapabuti ang kalagayan ng mga kababaihan sa bansang ito. As we celebrate the International Women's Month and open today's session in this August chamber of the House of Representatives of the 20th Congress of the Philippines, we pray in earnest that you guide our women legislators gathered here today and keep our enlightened men counterparts to continue to be able to be our reliable partners to jointly address some of our common and shared causes, to fight poverty, provide jobs for people, elevate our state of education, improve the general well-being of our constituents, work towards the achievement of our sustainable development goals, provide solutions to our pressing problems on climate change, and more importantly, protect and enhance safe spaces for all, especially for our women who are all still victimized by those who cling to the old habits and ways of treating our women. Sana po, Panginoon, ay ipagkaloob mo po sa aming lahat ang biyaya na panalangin at lahat ng ito. Siya nawa. Amen.
Amen. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to call the roll of members.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives. Abalos. Abante. Asidre. Acosta. Adyong. Advincula, Agarao, Agyao, Alano, Alba, Albano, Almario Chino Miguel, Almario Dennis, Almonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Angeles, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison Monir, Arbison Monir Jr., Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Ayon, Bagao, Balindong, Banyas Nograles, Bangkoro, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Baskug, Bautista Claude, Bautista Johan Monich, Bautista Lim, Beltran, Benitez Alfredo, Benitez Javier Miguel, Bernos Ching, Bernos JB, Biron, Bocobo, Bolilia, Bondok, Briones, Bulot Begtang, Cagas, Calderon, Calixto, Kawagdan, Cari, Castro, Caiton, Celeste, Sendanya, Ceniza, Chan Jan Franz Norbert Joselito Almario, Chan Junard, Chua, Chuatay, Chungalao, Ko Pilar, Juanco Jaime Eduardo Mark, Juanco Mark, Colliantes, Corvera, Cruz Agatha, Cruz Ricardo, Cruzado, Kuwa, Dagook, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Lima, De Venecia, Defensor, De Gamo, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Di Macuja, Di Maguila, Di Maporo Imelda, Di Maporo City Amina, Yokno, Junicio, Domingo, Domogan, Duterte Harold James, Duterte Omar Vincent, Duterte Paulo, D. Faustino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Elago, Emano, Enverga, Erice, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Jeffrey, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galang, Galeos, Garbin, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Karen Hope, Garcia Maria Angela, Guardiola, Garin, Gatchalian, Gato, Glepa, Gomez, Gonzales Alexandria, Gonzales Eliza Micaela, Gonzales Christopher Sheen, Gonzales Roy, Goriseta, Gico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hernandez Charisan, Hernandez Dennis, Hernandez Ferdinand, Hernandez Ramil, Hofer Hasim, Horibata, Ismula, Iway, Javier, Ko Antonio, Ko Elisa, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Ko, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lagbas, Lagdameo Jose Manuel, Lagdameo Monique Casmin Maria, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Ledesma, Legacion, Legarda, Legaspi, Leviste, Libanan, Lopez, Gloria, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Makasait, Maceda, Madrona, Malapitan, Mangudadatu, Maniquis, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Marquez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miraflores, Momo, Montez, Nava, Nazal, Nisay, Nolasco, Waminal Henry, Waminal Sancho Fernando, Odocado, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Oreta, Ortega, Owano Dizon, Padiernos, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Perez, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Po, Primicia Sagabas, Pomaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Ridon, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Maximo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romualdez Andrew Julian, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Siena Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sally, Salvacion, Salvador, Salvame, San Fernando, Santos Maria Alana Samantha, Santos Mark Anthony, Shimura, Singson Richelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Bella Vanessa, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Suntay, Talyado, Tan Aman, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Chay, Tan Watko, Tariela, Teodoro, Tereng, Teves, Tiangco, Tieng, Tinio, Tolentino, Tuan, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Yutor, T. Umali, Ungab, Uy De Carlo, Uy Roberto, Valeriano, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Veloso, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Villa, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villafuerte Vincenzo Renato Luigi, Villanueva, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Arthur, Yap Christopherson, Yap Eric, Yap John G. Snell, Yatko, Inares, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yu Joseph Kim, Yulo, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, the roll call shows that 252 members responded to the call.
With 252 members responding to the call, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move to defer the reading and approval of the journal of the previous session. So moved, Madam Speaker.
is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The approval of journal of the previous session is hereby deferred. Majority Leader,
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed with the reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports. So moved, Madam Speaker.
is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as the communications and committee reports and referral to the appropriate committees.
Reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill Number 8235, establishing the DMW Cavite Provincial Office with Representatives Revilla Brian, Mercado Revilla, and Revilla Ramon Jolo.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
House Bill Number 8236, instituting the Boy Scouts of the Philippines Charter by Representative Suntay.
To the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatizations.
House Bill number 8237, abolishing the excise tax imposed on diesel, kerosene, liquefied petroleum gas, fuel oil, and unleaded gasoline oil, by Representative Suntay.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill number 8238, declaring an elective official ipso facto resign from his office upon filing of his certificate of candidacy for a position other than the one for which he has been elected or is holding in a permanent capacity, by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill number 8240, mandating public telecommunications entities and internet service providers to institute a mandatory system of automatic refund mechanism for substantial service degradation in telecommunications and internet services, by Representative Roman.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill number 8241, providing for the conversion of the Causawagan-Munay Provincial Road in Causawagan, Lanao del Norte to be known as the Causawagan-Munay National Highway, by Representatives Dimaporo City Amina and Dimaporo Imelda.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill numbers 8242 and 8243, providing for the construction of national highways from certain roads all located in Lanao del Norte, by Representatives Dimaporo City Amina and Dimaporo Imelda.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill 8244, providing for an emergency oil price stabilization mechanism during global energy supply shocks, establishing automatic price-triggered suspension of excise taxes on petroleum products, by Representative Suntay.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill number 8245, protecting children from unhealthy food marketing, by Representatives Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdez Andrew Julian, and Asidre.
To the Committee on Health and the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill number 8246, mandating a staggered daily wage increase of 200 pesos for minimum wage workers in the private sector, by Representative Defensor.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill number 8247, institutionalizing the UP National Climate Resilience Institute, by Representative Defensor.
The Committee on Higher and Technical Education and the Committee on Climate Change.
House Bill number 8248, reorienting the Philippine mining industry towards national industrialization, by Representatives Co, Elago, and Tino.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill number 8249, renaming the name of the municipality of General Emilio Aguinaldo, Cavite to General Emilio Aguinaldo Bailen, by Representative Tolentino.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 8250, declaring the construction of the Metro Cebu Mega Bridge connecting Cebu City and Lapu-Lapu City as a priority national infrastructure project in support of the Metro Cebu Expressway Network, by Representative Del Mar.
To the Committee on Public Works and Highways.
House Bill number 8251, imposing the penalty of life imprisonment without eligibility for parole for child rape and other forms of aggravated sexual abuse against children, by Representative Del Mar.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill number 8252, institutionalizing minimum speed requirements for compliance of all internet service providers, by Representative Lacson.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill number 8253, establishing the Basak Agroforestry National High School in Basak City of Maasin, Southern Leyte, by Representative Mercado.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill number 8254, institutionalizing random breath analyzer testing for motorists, by Representatives Duterte Omar Vincent and Duterte Paulo.
To the Committee on Appropriations and Transportation.
House Bill number 8255, to recognize and protect the rights of nature in the Philippines, by Representative Lacson.
To the Committee on Ecology.
House Bill number 8256, further strengthening the expanded Solo Parents Welfare Act by expanding categories of solo parents and enhancing additional benefits thereunder, by Representative Cayton.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill number 8257, granting the President power to suspend or reduce the excise tax on petroleum products during national or global economic emergencies, by
To the
Representative Kimbo.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill number 8258, promoting the use of aeroponics, hydroponics, and aquaponics for the production of high-value fish crops and vegetables by Representative Ginto.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill number 8259, removing as absolutory clause the subsequent marriage of the offended party to the offender in cases of rape, seduction, abduction, and acts of lasciviousness, thereby extinguishing criminal liability by Representative Ginto.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill number 8260, declaring certain marine waters and coastal areas located in Pilar Capiz a protected area under the National Integrated Protected Area System by Representative Ginto.
To the Committee on Natural Resources.
House Bill number 8261, providing for the temporary suspension or reduction of excise taxes on regular gasoline, unleaded premium gasoline, and diesel by Representative Villanueva.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill number 8262, establishing a minimum age for social media access and imposing obligations on social media platforms by Representative Villanueva.
To the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill 8263, providing for a Magna Carta for ICT professionals in government by Representative Villanueva.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill number 8264, increasing the benefits of barangay officials by Representative Galang.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill numbers 8265, 8266, and 8267, upgrading the minimum salary grade of government speech therapists, registered psychometricians, and nutritionist dietitians from salary grade 11 to 15 by Representative Galang.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
House Bill number 8268, declaring the month of October of every year as the National Dwarfism Awareness Month and October 25 as the National Dwarfism Awareness Day by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill number 8269, declaring February 6 of every year as Philippine Persons with Down Syndrome Awareness Day by Representative Vargas.
To the Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill number 8270, declaring the last full week of September of every year as the National Week of the Deaf and September 23 as the Filipino Sign Language Day by Representative Vargas.
The Special Committee on Persons with Disabilities.
House Bill number 8271, further promoting and valuing the role of legitimate husbands and fathers during the early days of their child's birth by Representative Bocobo.
To the Committee on Revision of Laws.
House Bill number 8272, converting the Eversty Child Sanitarium and General Hospital in Mandaue City, Cebu into a medical center to be known as the Eversty Child's Memorial Medical Center by Representative Juan Odizon.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8273, mandating cable television operators and satellite television service providers to institute an automatic refund mechanism for service outages and disruptions by Representative Roman.
The Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill number 8274, amending sections 20, 21, 83, and 84 of the Comprehensive Dangerous Drugs Act of 2002 by Representative Valeriano.
To the Committee on Dangerous Drugs.
House Bill number 8275, authorizing the President to suspend or reduce excise tax rates on petroleum products by Representative Suwan.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill number 8276, strengthening the policies on online sexual abuse or exploitation of children and child sexual abuse or exploitation materials by Representatives Montes and Tan Keith Micah.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Bill numbers 8277, 8278, 8279, 8280, and 8281, declaring special non-working holidays in certain municipalities in the province of Leyte in commemoration of its founding anniversaries by Representative Javier.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill number 8282, establishing the Central Luzon State University Charter of 2026 by Representative Salvador.
The Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 8283, designating the Central Luzon State University as Research and Development Regional Zone by Representative Salvador.
The Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill number 8284, promoting healthy diets through front-of-package warning labels and comprehensive marketing restrictions on unhealthy food and beverages by Representative Nisay.
To the Committee on Health and the Committee on Welfare and of Children.
House Bill number 8285, amending Section 148 of the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended, authorizing the President to suspend or reduce the excise tax on petroleum products and to certify windfall fuel excise revenues. By Representative Salceda.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill number 8286, strengthening public health through the mandatory reformulation of high-sodium prepackaged food products to reduce sodium consumption and prevent non-communicable diseases. By Representative Goroseta.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8287, establishing a national policy framework for autism and neurodiversity. By Representative Goroseta.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill number 8288, granting the Cebu 2 Electric Cooperative, Inc. a franchise for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the cities of Nanao and Bogo and municipalities of Mendelin, Bantayan, San Remio, Tabogon, Barbon, Sogod, Tabuelan, Tuburan, Catmon, Carmen, and Compostela, all in the province of Cebu. By Representative Shimura, Dagook, and De Jesus.
To the Committee on Transportation. To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill number 8289, amending the Civil Aviation Authority Act of 2008. By Representatives Dagook and De Jesus.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 8290, to create a healthy food environment by requiring front-of-package warning labels for food high in fat, sugar, and salt, regulating the marketing of such food to children. By Representative Espina.
To the Committee on Health and the Committee on Welfare of Children.
House Bill number 8291, expanding the powers of LGUs to provide local mass public transportation systems. By Representative Abalos.
To the Committee on Transportation.
House Bill number 8292, an act authorizing the President of the Philippines to suspend or reduce the excise taxes on petroleum products during national or global economic emergencies, amending for the purpose the National Internal Revenue Code of 1997 as amended. By Representatives D. Faustino and Marcos.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
Resolutions. House Resolution 833, expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the House of Representatives on the passing of Attorney Jose Maria G. Hofilenia, Dean of the Ateneo Law School, and honoring outstanding contributions to the Philippine legal profession and judicial education. By Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 834, expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the House on the passing of veteran actor Jose Maria Pepito Rodriguez and honoring his contributions to the Philippine film industry and his legacy as a compassionate father figure and humanitarian. By Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 835, urging the House to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture to conduct an investigation into the chronic and severe shortage and delayed procurement of textbooks in public schools and the systemic failures of the DepEd's procurement process. By Representatives Tino, Elago, and Co.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 836, urging the House through the Committee on Basic Education and Culture to conduct an investigation into the potential massive displacement of private school teachers and education workers due to the full implementation of the strengthened senior high school curriculum starting school year 2026-2027. By Representatives Tino, Elago, and Co.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 837, directing the House through the Committee on Basic Education and Culture to conduct an inquiry on the DepEd's proposed trimester system for school year 2026 to 2027. By Representatives Tino, Elago, and Co.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 838, directing the appropriate committees of the House to conduct an inquiry on the government's contingency measures in response to the escalation of hostilities in the Middle East. By Representative Roman.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 839, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of the Honorable Estanislao V. Valdez, former representative of the Lone Legislative District of Sultan Kudarat during the 8th and 9th Congresses. By Representatives Z. Faustino, Marcos, and Libanon.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution Number 4. House Joint Resolution 4, urgent joint resolution of the Senate and the House requesting His Excellency President Ferdinand Marcos to contemporarily suspend the implementation of VAT on all petroleum products while the conflict between Iran, Israel, and the USA exists, by Representative Tiangco.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Joint Resolution Number 5, granting temporary emergency powers to the President to immediately suspend the imposition of excise tax on mineral oils, motor fuels, and other petroleum products for the duration of the ongoing geopolitical crisis involving the USA, Israel, and Iran, by Representative Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
Communications. Email dated January 5, 2026 of Accounting Office of Aurora Isabela, transmitting to the House of Representatives copies of reports for the fourth quarter of 2025, which were posted in 3 conspicuous public places in their locality, as attested by the municipal mayor.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated January 14, 2026 of the CESB Executive Director, submitting to the House a copy of their quarterly physical report of operation as of December 31, 2025.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
Letter dated January 28, 2026 of DMWOIC, Office of the Secretary, submitting to the House a copy of their quarterly physical report of operation as of December 31, 2025, which was posted on their website www.dmw.gov.ph under the Transparency Seal page.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
Letter dated February 11, 2026 of the DOT Chief of Staff and Undersecretary for Tourism, Regulations, Coordination, and Resource Generation, informing the House that they have submitted their quarterly report on financial and physical accomplishments for the fourth quarter of FY 2025 through the Unified Reporting System and submitted a physical copy to the DBM on January 30, 2026.
To the Committee on Tourism.
Development Academy of the Philippines 2024 Annual Report titled Capability Building on Innovative Leadership for Legislative Staff, Propelling Strategic Leaders in the Legislative Branch.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
Committee Reports. Committee Report Number 138 submitted by the Committees on Basic Education and Culture and Higher and Technical Education on House Concurrent Resolution 12. Committee Report 139 submitted by the Committee on Higher and Technical Education on House Resolution 849. Committee Report 140 submitted by the Committees on Health and Appropriations on House Bill 8342.
The aforementioned committee reports are referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes. So moved.
Session suspended.
The session is resumed. The Majority Leader is recognized.
Madam Speaker, may we request to acknowledge the guests of Representative Linabel Ruth Villarica. They are from the Samahang Kababaihan ng May Kawayan with the following groups: Malhacan Group, Zamora Group, Bangkal, Poblasyon, Hulo, Ubihan, Iba, Langka, Pantok, St. Francis Gasak, Bagbaguin, Kamalig, Pandayan, Bahay Pare, Banga, Paho, Longos, Tugatog, Kaingin, Saluy, Soy, Libtong, Calvario, Bayugo, Perez, and Lawa. So move, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. To my guests from the 4th District of Bulacan and May Kawayan, welcome to the House of Representatives.
Madam Speaker, may we also request to acknowledge the guests of Congresswoman Milagros Aquino Magsaysay. They are headed by the Provincial Board Member of the 1st District of La Union, Board Member Miguel Corleone Magsaysay, and the officers and members of the Federation of the Senior Citizens Association of the Philippines, La Union Chapter, headed by Natividad Abad Pelaez, Maria Dulatre Raquedan, Cecilia Gagtan Reyes, and Ms. Corazon Obales Arellano. So move, Madam Speaker.
To the guests of Representative Milagros Aquino Magsaysay, welcome to the House of Representatives. The officers and members of the Federation of the Senior Citizens Association of the Philippines, please stand to be recognized.
Madam Speaker, and the last set of our guests are visitors of APEC Party List Representative Sergio Dagook. They are from the Siargao Electric Cooperatives, Siarelco, and Dinagat Islands Electric Cooperatives, namely from the Siargao Electric Cooperatives, Mr. Andres Colas, Ariel Hovero, Mr. Eugene Urot, and from the Dinagat Islands Electric Cooperatives, they are Mr. Zaldi Cosmod, Mr. Ronji Cercelar, and Mr. Chris Mark Bilonia. So move, Madam Speaker.
To the guests of Deputy Minority Leader Sergio Dagook, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Parliamentary inquiry, Madam Speaker.
What is the parliamentary inquiry of the Honorable Minority Leader, Representative De Lima?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to inquire on the status of House Bill numbers 3287, filed by Representative Janice De Gamo, 3413, filed by Representative Patrick Michael Vargas, 3574, filed by Representative Isabel Maria Zamora, 4306, filed by Representative Eric Goyap, 5463, filed by Representative Ann Matibag, 5685, filed by Representative Carmelo Lazatin Jr., 7803, filed by Representatives Audrey K. Zubiri, Maria Georgina de Venecia, Linabel Ruth Villarica, and Ana Victoria Veloso Tuazon, and 7842, filed by Representative Dimple Mastura. All are measures on the establishment of resource development and crisis assistance centers for women and children. I believe that these measures are vital in improving the situation of women and children, especially those who have been victims of violence and abuse.
Will the Majority Leader
Madam Speaker.
please respond?
Madam Speaker, may I request the Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Women and Gender Equality, Representative Patricia C. Calderon, to give us an update on the status of the aforementioned House bills.
The Honorable Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Women and Gender Equality, Representative Patricia C. Calderon, is recognized to respond to the parliamentary inquiry of the Senior Minority Leader, so please respond.
Madam Speaker, the Committee on Women and Gender Equality, during its fifth regular meeting on February 25, 2026, approved the substitute bill and its corresponding committee report. The said substitute bill and its attachments were transmitted on March 2, 2026 to the Committee on Appropriations for comments on the bill's funding provision. We will file the committee report as soon as we receive the comments from the Committee on Appropriations.
Is the distinguished Senior Deputy Minority Leader De Lima satisfied with the response of the Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Women and Gender Equality?
Very much so, Madam Speaker. This representation is fully satisfied and sincerely appreciates the update given to us by Representative Calderon on the status of the said measures. I hope that the House will accord due urgency to the passage of these bills once they are brought to the plenary for consideration. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to our rules, today being a Monday, I move to open the privilege hour. So moved.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The privilege hour is now open.
Madam Speaker, I move that Representative Lani Mercado Revilla of the 2nd District of Cavite be recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Representative Mercado Revilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker. Isang makabuluhang pagdiriwang ng buwan ng kababaihan ang bati ni Ate Lani sa kapwa ko mambabatas at sa lahat ng mga Huwana saan mang dako ng mundo. Malayo na, pero malayo pa. Nababagay ang mga katagang yan para sa ating mga kabaro kung antas sa lipunan ang pag-uusapan. Tumayo tayo sa makabuluhang araw na ito upang maging boses ng kababaihang miyembro ng ating middle class. Totoo, halos magkapantay ang dami ng kababaihan at kalalakihan pagdating sa populasyon. 50.8% ay kalalakihan at 49.2% ay kababaihan. Totoo, mahigit 22 million sa ating mga kabaro ang may trabaho. Sa micro, small, and medium enterprises, 66% sa tinutulungan ng mga negosyo centers ay babae. At 62% ng newly registered MSMEs ay pagmamay-ari nila. Sa ating mga OFWs, hindi bababa sa 1.25 million o 57.2% ang babae. Base sa datos, maaari nating sabihin na ang ating manggagawang kababaihan ay haligi ng ating ekonomiya, lalo na ang mga kababaihang nabibilang sa tinatawag nating middle class. Isa pang katotohanan na may matibay na basehan ay ang sabihing ang kababaihan sa pamilya at kulturang Pilipino sa gitna ng mga hamon sa buhay ng middle class ay nagiging shock absorber na tinatawag nating generational scarcity. Kapag may nagkakasakit sa pamilya at nagkukulang ang kita, o kaya naman ay may kailangang maiwan para mag-alaga sa may sakit na kapamilya, ang sasalo sa gastos, oras at pagsasakripisyo ng pangarap ay ang babae sa pamilya. Si nanay ang titigil sa pagtatrabaho o kaya si ate naman ang titigil muna sa pag-aaral. Malayo na pero malayo pa. Dahil sa gitna ng paniniwala na matatag ang pamilyang middle class, marami sa kanila ay tila hinihila pababa dahil sa high cost of living, inaccessible healthcare, at poor social protection. Ang Filipino middle class ay nasa kuko din ng generational poverty. Isang family crisis lang, babagsak sila sa ilalim ng poverty line. Sabi nga, ang middle class ay matatawag na new poor. At sa loob ng pamilyang ito, ang babae ay karaniwang nasa gitna ng dalawang henerasyon. Alaga niya ang kanyang magulang na may edad na, at nagpapalaki naman siya ng kanyang mga anak. Sa social policy, ang tawag dito ay sandwiched between two generations. Upang makita natin ito sa praktikal na buhay, tunghayan natin ang kwento ng ilan sa kanila. Si Jacqueline Viray ay isang 47-year-old OFW flight attendant at solo parent. Pinagkakasya niya ang buwanang kita na 80,000 pesos para sa kanyang anak, ina, kapatid, pinsan at sa kanyang sarili. Tila walang katapusan ang medical needs ng kanyang nanay. Si Thea Flordelis ay isang 28-year-old solo parent na kumikita naman ng 25,000 pesos kada buwan. Kasama niya sa bahay ang kanyang ama, anak at kapatid. Na-stroke na ang kanyang ama, kaya't kinakailangang sumailalim sa rehabilitation. Tradisyon ng matatawag sa pamilyang Pilipino na ang anak na babae ay katuwang ni nanay at ni tatay sa pag-aaruga sa kanyang mga kapatid at iba pang mga malalapit na kaanak. Dahil dito, tulad ni Thea at Jacqueline, kadalasan ay hindi sila nakakapag-ipon para makabili ng sariling property, makapagtaguyod ng sariling negosyo, o makapagtabi para sa sarili nilang retirement. Si Mary Ann Repaso, 37 years old, ay isang housewife na may 4 na anak, kasama ang kanyang asawa. Pinagkakasya nila ang monthly income na 145,000 pesos. Nagbibigay suporta din sila sa kanyang mga kapatid at mother-in-law sa Bicol. Kababaihan ang laging taya pagdating sa invisible labor. Kabilang na dito ang childcare, elderly care, cooking at cleaning. Hanggang sa ngayon umaandar ang ating lipunan dahil sa isang hindi nakikitang care economy, ang pag-aalaga sa mga bata, matatanda, at may sakit, at malaking bahagi nito ay pinapasan ng kababaihan. Si Fe Gloria ay isang 45-year-old beauty parlor owner na single parent. Madalas hindi sapat ang kitang 30,000 pesos kada buwan para sa mga gastusin sa kanyang 2 anak, magulang at negosyo. Si Axel Bulahan ay isang 28-year-old single account specialist na kumikita ng 50,000 pesos before tax. Kasya naman ang sahod sa kanyang family of 5, kahit papaano, nakakaipon naman siya. Tanong lang niya, kailan kaya siya pwedeng mag-asawa at magkaanak? These stories show how society has culturally offloaded the cost of social welfare onto the shoulders of women. When the morning commute is terrible, she wakes up earlier. When prices rise, she eats less. When someone gets sick or needs care, she takes charge. When the family budget shrinks, her dreams are the first to be shelved. Hindi ito kwento lamang. Ito ay kalakaran sa ating lipunan. Sa katunayan, isang national household survey ang nagpakita na ang kababaihan ay gumugugol ng humigit kumulang 6.5 hours kada araw sa care work o halos 3 beses kumpara sa kalalakihan. Ang ganitong hindi pantay na paghatid ng trabaho sa loob ng tahanan ay may malaking epekto sa kanilang kinabukasan. Ayon sa Philippine Institute for Development Studies, ang mga babaeng may asawa ay 3 hanggang 4 na beses na mas malamang hindi makapagtrabaho dahil sa housework at caregiving responsibilities. Ibig sabihin, hindi lamang kita ang nawawala, kundi ang pagkakataon na mag-improve ang sarili at mag-practice ng profession, magkaroon ng sariling kita, at makaipon, magnegosyo, at maghanda para sa kanyang pagtanda. Ngunit nakakalungkot man ang mga kwento ni na Jacqueline, Thea, Mary Ann, Fe at Axel, kahanga-hanga naman ang kanilang mga paniniwala. Una, hindi nila inaasahan na aalagaan sila ng kanilang mga anak sa kanilang pagtanda. Sabi ng isa, I don't feel it is fair to place that burden on the next generation as they face their own challenges. Ikalawa, hindi nila itinuturing na retirement plan ang kanilang mga anak. Gusto nilang magtagumpay ang kanilang mga anak. Ikatlo, priority nila ang kanilang sariling financial independence, lalo na sa kanilang pagtanda. Hangad nilang maging bahagi ng buhay ng kanilang mga anak na may respeto at pagmamahal. Malayo na, malayo pa. We have unempowered middle class, but we must support it so that families do not slide into poverty. We have enlightened women, but we must support them so they have opportunities to achieve their dreams. Bilang mga mambabatas, papaano tayo makakatulong sa kalagayang ito? Kailangan nating palakasin ang 3 haligi ng seguridad ng kababaihan. Una, economic security. Kailangang ipatupad ang equal pay for equal work. We call for the swift passage of House Bill 257, expanding the prohibited acts of discrimination against women on account of sex. Ikalawa, care infrastructure. Maglaan tayo ng subsidies para sa child care centers at suportahan natin ang community-based elder care programs. Pag-aralan din natin kung paano mabibigyang halaga ang unpaid care work sa ating ekonomiya. Ikatlo, life cycle social protection. Palawakin ang access sa health services, ipatupad ang universal healthcare law at suportahan ang universal pension sa senior citizens. Tiyakin ang proteksyon ng mga manggagawa sa informal sector. Suportahan natin ang long-term health and wellness ng kababaihan. Palawakin ang access sa preventive care tulad ng breast cancer screening at reproductive health services. Isama ang mental health services sa primary care system at maglaan ng pondo para sa research ukol sa women's health beyond their reproductive years. Marami na tayong magagandang batas. Ang hamon ngayon ay tiyakin ang kanilang kagyat at lubos na pagpapatupad. Dapat pabilisin ang proseso ng mga kaso ng violence against women and children. Mahalaga ding isama ang digital safety provisions upang tugunan ang lumalalang online abuse. Magandang balita, natalakay na sa komite ang ating House Bill 5030 defining the crime of violence and abuse against the elderly. Higit sa lahat, napakahalaga ng leadership at representation. Kailangan nating maglaan ng capacity building support para sa ating mga kabaro na nagnanais tumakbo at mamuno. Alam natin na ang mas malawak na representation ay may direct effect sa policy at legislation. Malayo pa, malayo na. Let us not forget, huwag nating hayaang ang kababaihan ang maging permanenteng shock absorber ng kahirapan sa bawat henerasyon. A woman's worth should never be measured by how much of her own future she sacrifices for others. There is one woman leader in the Bible whose courage, strategic wit, and faithful action ensured the safety and continued existence of her entire race. She is Queen Esther, who demonstrated decisive authority, breaking cultural norms, and staking her own life to save her people from genocide. Sa aking mga kabaro, you are more than a bridge between generations. You are not a means to an end for your parents or for your children. You are the architect of your own life. You can break the chain of generational poverty in your family and in the nation. Malayo pa, ngunit malayo na rin ang ating naabot. Huwag nating hayaan na maagaw ng kasaysayan o ng iba pang sektor sa lipunan ang mga tagumpay ng pakikipaglaban ng kababaihan sa lipunan. Let us remember that our goal in this movement is to establish strong social recognition that the woman is an equal partner of the man in national development and progress. Babae ka, mabuhay ka. Maraming salamat po, Madam Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to refer the speech of Representative Lani Mercado Revilla to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The speech of the Honorable Representative Mercado Revilla is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that Representative Dada Kiram Ismula of Akbayan Party List be recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
The Honorable Representative from Akbayan Party List, the Honorable Dada Kiram Ismula, is hereby recognized to deliver her privileged speech.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. Magandang hapon, Madam Speaker and dear colleagues. Ngayong All-Women's Congress, gusto kong ipakilala si Bay Nenita Kapanay. Isa siyang ina mula sa tribong Manobo, Pulangiyon sa Quezon, Bukidnon, na gumigising bago sumikat ang araw sa isang baro-barong sa gilid ng highway. Araw-araw, pahirap ang pagpasok ng kanyang mga anak sa school. Dati, ang kanyang mga anak ay nakakasabay sa isang shuttle ng isa sa mga lokal na kumpanya patungong eskwelahan. Pero ngayon ay bawal na silang sumakay dahil sila ay isa sa mga petitioner na lumalaban para sa kanilang lupa. Habang naglalakad ang mga bata sa kalsada, nalalanghap nila ang alikabok ng mga sasakyang dumadaan, habang ang mga banta ng bala ay laging nakabuntot sa kanilang anino. Ito ang masakit na realidad sa Butong at San Jose. Ang ating mga kapatid na katutubo ay ginagawang pulubi sa sarili nilang ancestral domain dahil sa interes ng mga korporasyon gaya ng Kiantig Development Corporation o KDC. Ngayong buwan ng kababaihan, ang ating mga kabaro mula sa mga katutubong komunidad ay patuloy na pinagkakaitan ng kanilang batayang karapatan, seguridad at sariling lupa. Ang kwento ni Bay Nenita ay patunay ng sistematikong pang-aapi ng sa mga kababaihang IP na pilit itinataboy mula sa kanilang pinagmulan. Noong April 19 of 2022, nang sinubukan nilang pasukin ng mapayapa ang bakanteng bahagi ng kanilang ancestral domain, nang bigla sila ay pinaputukan ng mga gwardya. Tinamaan sa binti si Bay Charita Anglao, isang miyembro ng komunidad. Dinala ang biktima sa ospital, pero pati ang mga doktor ay nag-aalanganin kunin ang bala dahil ayaw nilang madamay sa gulo. Hanggang ngayon, nananatili ang bala sa loob ng binti ni Bay Charita. Ganito kalupit ang sinasapit ng ating mga kabaro. Pati ang pangarap nilang daycare para sa mga bata ay hindi maitayo dahil hindi sila hinahayaang mamuhay ng may dignidad sa sariling lupa. Bilang boses ng ating mga kapatid na katutubo sa Kongreso, tayo ay nananawagan sa tatlong mahalagang hakbang. Una, kailangang matigil na ang lahat ng anyo ng harassment, pananakot at red tagging laban sa mga manobo pulangiyon. Inaatasan natin ang PNP at ang lokal na pamahalaan na tiyakin ang seguridad ng mga kababaihan at bata sa komunidad at panagutin ang mga armadong grupo na nanggugulo sa kanila. Pangalawa, kailangang ilabas at ipatupad ng NCIP ang installation order para sa mga manobo pulangiyon. May kadti na sila mula pa noong 2023 at expired na ang FLGMA ng KDC noong 2018 pa. Wala nang basehan para patagalin ang kanilang pagbabalik sa lupaing ninuno. Pangatlo, inaatasan natin ang LRA na bilisang tapusin ang delineation at segregation process sa 9 na titulo na nag-overlap sa kanilang domain. Huwag nating hayaan magamit ang mga teknikalidad sa dokumento para itaboy ang mga pamilyang daang-daang taon nang naninirahan doon. Sa ating Pangulo at sa mga kasamahan ko dito sa House of Representatives, ang Women's Month ay buwan din ng mga kababaihang katutubo. Ang bawat araw na nananatili si Bay Nenita at ilan pang mga nanay, anak at pamilya sa gilid ng kalsada ay hamon sa integridad ng ating mga karapatan. Sa aking mga kapatid na katutubong kababaihan, batid ko ang inyong hirap at ang bigat ng inyong pinapasan. Bilang inyong kabaro at kasama sa hanay ng mga katutubo, asahan ninyong hindi tayo titigil hanggang sa makuha ninyo ang hustisyang matagal nang ipinagkait sa inyong tribo. Maraming salamat po. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to refer the speech of Representative Dada kay Ramis Mula to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The speech of the Honorable Representative Ismula is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I would like to recognize the guests of the Honorable Speaker Boji D. They are Sangguniang Kabataan Federation of Luna Isabela, Honorable Francis Medina, SK Federation President, Clyde Fernandez, Arabella Grace Rivera, Rachel Jane Rosal, John Mark Lampitok, Prince Anderson Pascual, John Michael Marayag, John Mark Balbuena, Kiko Franz Bulusan, Kenneth Lance Daguro, John Mark Milio, Ranji Gavino, Jester Paul Eda, Apollo Javier, and Ryan Paula Andres.
The officials from the Sangguniang Kabataan Federation of Luna Isabela, the guest of our beloved speaker, the Honorable Faustino Boji D. III, welcome to the House of the People. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, may we request to acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Siriaco Gato, Representative Lone District of Batanes. They are Sangguniang Bayan members of the Municipality of Uguyan, Province of Batanes, Councilor Jonard Baldomar, Councilor Rolando Cabugao, Councilor Ronald Garibay, Councilor Andres Ibay, Councilor Bernardo de los Santos, and Vice Mayor Henry Cabuco. Sangguniang Bayan members of the Municipality of Ivana, Province of Batanes, Councilor Christopher Amor Cataluna, Councilor Romeo Emilio Fidel, Councilor Oswald Hostalero, and Sangguniang Panlalawigan member of the Province of Batanes, Francis Byron Peralta and Miss Annalyn Cheryl Peralta.
To the guests of the Honorable Siriaco Gato Jr. of the Lone District of Batanes, please rise to be acknowledged. You are privileged to be represented by, of course, our beloved Chairman of the Committee on Health, Congressman Gaco. Ang inyong mga bisita galing sa Uyungan, Ivana, and the Sangguniang Panlalawigan members of the Province of Batanes, welcome to the House of the People. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, may we request to acknowledge the guests of the Honorable Richelle Singson of Ako Ilocano Ako Party List. They are Richard Michael, Mia Benitez, Agnes Antonio, Vanessa Singson, and Kimberly Singson.
To the guests of the Honorable Richelle Singson, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, may we request to acknowledge the guests of Akbayan Party List Representatives Dada Kiram Ismula, Representative Jose Manuel Jokno, Representative Percy Sandanya, and Dinagat Island Representative Kaka Bagao. They are Akbayan Party guests Mylene Anonueva, Laila Lukman and Juana Caumeran, Dean Caspe, and Maria Sile Duarte. For the Akbayan women and local leaders, Sharon Francisco, Maria Cristi Balleras, Raquel Tolentino, Estela Surruiz, Gloria Guerrero, Sara Pacaira, Ellen Bustos Baldoza, and Jocelyn Padolina. Estela Soriano, Lourdes Magtibay, Fatima Mahmoud, Hamima Calao, Ray Eunice Macario, Jocelyn Cornelia, Dorcas Opeña, Wendy Balangay, Venus Crisostomo, Aliyah Villamor, Jamie Baisa, Kate Distor, and Cheska Suzuki.
To the Akbayan Party guests and the Akbayan women and local leaders, maraming salamat sa inyong pagdalo sa House of the People. You are truly privileged to be represented by active, eloquent, and hardworking voices. Our party list representatives, Honorable Dada Kiram Ismula, Honorable Shell Jokno, the Honorable Percy Sandanya, and of course, our legal pillar, the Honorable Representative from the Dinagat Islands, Honorable Kaka Bagao. Maraming salamat sa inyong pagbisita. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, may we request to recognize the guests of Representative Lolita Karen Javier. They are Mayor Rainbert Costello, Vice Mayor Lemuel Ponferrada, SB Member Martiniano Requiz, SB Member Herman Ayuste, SB Member Marieta Catalo, SB Member Shelito Esquivel, SB Member Jose Capoporo Uribe, SB Joselito Arintoc, SB Member Rex Ergina, SB Member Juanito Falorina Jr., ABC Florentina Obsequio, and SK Federation Leo Van Delgado. Additional guests, Nestor Balaga, Shira May Balaga, Joan Fe Oriol, and Cristina Advincula. Mary Grace Lipata, Amor Nacional, and Juvie Atencio.
To the officials of the municipality of Tunga, Leyte, headed by Mayor Rainbert Costello, as well as the Vice Mayor and the SB members and other officials, as well as the other guests of the Honorable Lolita Karen Tanyada Javier, maupay nga kulup, damo nga salamat itiyo pagbisita. We are privileged to be visited by our fellow Waray-Warays. Thank you for coming and welcome to the House of the People. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that Representative Maria Cristina C. Angeles of the 2nd District of Tarlac be recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
The Honorable Maria Cristina Angeles of the 2nd District of Tarlac is hereby recognized to deliver her privileged speech.
Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues, I rise today on a matter of personal and collective privilege, not merely to speak, but to bear witness. As we celebrate National Women's Month, we honor the strength of Filipino women, the mothers who rise before the sun, the daughters who carry tomorrow in their hands, and the leaders who stand firm in rooms where their voices were once unwelcome. But beyond celebration lies a quieter truth. There is a woman tonight who is awake, not because she is productive, but because she is afraid. Afraid to leave a violent home, afraid she cannot feed her children tomorrow, and afraid that her dreams have expired. Ito ang tahimik na laban ng maraming kababaihan. Hindi po headline, hindi viral, hindi palakpakan, ngunit totoo, masakit at araw-araw. For many women, empowerment is not an award, it is not applause, and it is not a title. Empowerment is the ability to earn, to provide, and to choose. Because without economic independence, her voice softens, her choices narrow, and her freedom becomes conditional. Ito ang katotohanang hindi natin maaaring iwasan. Ang babaeng walang kontrol sa kanyang kabuhayan ay madalas walang kontrol sa kanyang kinabukasan. Madam Speaker, across our nation, women carry invisible burdens. They sell in palengkes, they run sari-sari stores, till small plots of land, stitch garments late in the night. They perform unpaid care work that sustains entire households, yet rarely counts in GDP, rarely appears in policy tables. Many operate in the informal economy without access to credit, insurance, or protection. And when income is uncertain, dignity becomes negotiable. Yes, we recognize progress. The Philippines has regained its place among the top nations in the global gender gap record. We remain a leader in Asia in closing gender disparities. Our gender parity score exceeds 78%. We are proud of this, but rankings do not always reflect reality inside the home. Because even if equality improves on paper, inequality can still sit at the dinner table. Hanggat may inang walang sariling kita, may batang natutulog na may pangamba, hanggat may babaeng umaasa lamang sa pahintulot, hindi pa ganap ang kanyang kalayaan. Madam Speaker, I have seen struggles, but I have also seen transformation. In my district, we have 4 women organizations which were formed during my tenure as a 3-term mayor. The Kaisa Women's Organization or KWO of Tarlac City, the Tanglaw Women's Organization of Herona Tarlac, the Victoria Women's Organization of Tarlac, and the women of Western San Jose or WOW San Jose. Nearly 70,000 active and positively hopeful women stand together today, not bound by charity, but united by shared resolve. I have seen a woman who once could not look up from her chair, now stand and lead a room. I have seen a woman who once waited for an allowance, now manages her own enterprise. Because a woman who earns her own income walks with pride, head held up high. She walks straighter, she speaks with conviction, and she decides without apology. Madam Speaker, allow me to tell you about a mother. She received assistance under the SLP or Sustainable Livelihood Program under our wing. She did not spend it on comfort, but instead invested it for survival. She began selling homemade tocino. On every pack is printed, JD's Homemade Tocino. Support a son's recovery. It's a mother's love in every pack. Madam Speaker, this is not marketing, but this is a mother's prayer sealed in plastic. Bawat pakete ay gamot, bawat benta ay pag-asa, at bawat kita ay laban. This is what empowerment looks like. Another woman revived her family's empanada recipe to fund her mother's treatment. Another opened a small snack store so her child would not stop schooling. One sewed rags through the night to secure steady income. Another, after undergoing training, built a modest dishwashing liquid enterprise supported by a community that believed in her. These are not corporations. They do not ring stock exchange bells, but in their homes, they ring something more important: food on the table, survival, and existence. Madam Speaker, this is what financial independence truly means. Amoy ito ng tocino sa madaling araw. Lasa ito ng empanadang ipinagbibili para sa pangospital. Mukha ito simpleng tindahan na puno ng pag-asa. Ito ang dignidad na hindi na hinihingi kung hindi hawak. Madam Speaker, if we are serious about empowerment, then we must be serious about structure. Financial independence does not emerge from inspiration alone. It requires systems. We must guarantee access to livelihood training, from agriculture to digital skills. We must expand access to capital and affordable credit, especially for women excluded from formal banking. We must institutionalize financial literacy so women can not only earn, but security, growth, and protection in their earnings. We must recognize unpaid care work and strengthen social protection for women in informal sectors. Empowerment must not be seasonal. It must be structural, and it must be sustained. Madam Speaker, esteemed colleagues, we craft laws, but what we truly craft are futures. Let us legislate not only with data, but with memory of these mothers' faces. Let us build an economy where no woman has to ask permission to be safe, where no mother has to choose between medicine and dignity, where no daughter doubts her worth because of poverty. This is not charity. This is not generosity, but this is justice long overdue. To the tens of thousands of women in my district and to the millions across this nation who wake before dawn with determination in their hearts, may we be worthy of your courage. May our policies match your resilience, and we may never forget when a woman earns with dignity, her family stabilizes, her community strengthens, and the nation rises. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay po ang lahat ng mga kababaihan. Happy International Women's Day to every lady legislator in the 20th Congress. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize Assistant Minority Leader Iris Marie de Mesa Montes of 4K Party List for her manifestation.
Representative Montes is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Kababaihan Kabalikatan para sa Kapakanan at Kaunlaran ng Bayan, or 4K, manifests its support for the speech of our colleague from the 2nd District of Tarlac, the Honorable Cristina Angeles. Tunay po na ang kalayaan sa pananalapi ay susi sa kapangyarihan ng kababaihan. Kapag may sariling kita at pantay na oportunidad ang mga babae, nagkakaroon sila ng lakas ng loob at boses sa pagpapasya para sa pamilya at komunidad. Higit pa rito, kapag ang kababaihan ay may sariling kakayahang pinansyal, mas nagiging matatag sila na iwan ang anumang anyo ng pang-aabuso at muling itaguyod ang kanilang dignidad at kalayaan. Naway maging gabay ito sa ating mga pulisiya upang matiyak na ang kababaihan mula sa kanayunan hanggang sa lungsod ay may patas na akses sa kabuhayan at serbisyong panlipunan. Sa ganitong paraan, ang diwa ng ating selebrasyon para sa Women's Month ay maisasabuhay sa araw-araw na pamumuhay. Thank you, Madam Speaker, dear colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to refer the speech of Representative Maria Cristina C. Angeles together with the manifestation of Representative Iris Marie de Mesa Montes to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The speech of Representative Angeles, together with the manifestation of Representative Montes, is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that Representative Audrey K. T. Subiri of the 3rd District of Bukidnon be recognized to avail the privilege hour.
Representative Zubiri is recognized.
Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues, good afternoon and a happy Women's Month to all of us. I rise today on a matter of personal and collective privilege, uncovering a subject of urgent national concern, a matter that quietly destroys the lives of many Filipinos, targeting the vulnerable and the poor, women and children alike, and continuing to evolve not only across borders, but increasingly through digital platforms, human trafficking. This crisis is not speculative. It is unfolding before us quickly and in real time. According to published data from the International Organization for Migration, the Philippines is one of the world's, and let me emphasize that, we are one of the world's leading countries of origin for trafficking victims, with more than 10% or 13,313 Filipinos recorded among more than 125,000 identified globally. Out of the 125,000 identified victims globally, 30,000 are children, meaning 1 out of 4 identified victims worldwide are children and minors. These numbers are mere estimates and do not even reflect the actual number of victims of human trafficking in the Philippines, which I suspect is much, much larger, beyond our dreams, or rather beyond our nightmares, due to the lack of consolidated data mechanisms. However, according to the data we reported in the U.S. Trafficking in Persons report in 2025, there are 816 identified identified victims in the country, and more than 70% are women, which means 7 out of 10 identified victims were female. This data underscores that our countrymen, or rather our countrywomen, remain among the most targeted populations in transnational trafficking networks. But we must go beyond these figures and look into the reality faced by many Filipinos on a daily basis. The recent cases reported by our own agencies reveal the disturbing persistence, evolution, and transformation of trafficking operations. Just 2 weeks ago, or last February 22, 2026, the Bureau of Immigration repatriated 24 Filipinos from Cambodia who were victims of a so-called crypto love scam. They were recruited online with promises of legitimate employment, only to be forced to work in scam hubs under coercive conditions. Many of these victims were young Filipinos in their 20s, lured through social media and messaging platforms, enticing them with job opportunities and high-paying salaries abroad. Once trapped, the survivors were forced to engage foreign nationals through online dating apps and redirect them to cryptocurrency investment scams or online casino links sent through messaging apps. Bureau of Immigration Commissioner Joel Anthony Viado himself even expressed his alarm over the increasing trend of underage trafficking minors being sent abroad to work. The recruitment of minors, disguised as tourists or misdeclared travelers, demonstrates how traffickers deliberately target the most vulnerable and attempt to evade border controls. When children are placed on flights for exploitative labor or sexual abuse, it is not only a crime, it is a profound moral failure that demands our strongest response. In a different case, the Bureau reported the successful repatriation of a 24-year-old Filipino who initially traveled to Thailand as a tourist. It turns out he actually was brought to Laos, where he was recruited as a customer service representative with a promise of 40,000 pesos salary, only to find himself trapped in a scam hub. These cases are not isolated, Madam Speaker and my dear colleagues. This is the reality faced by many Filipinos every day who remain vulnerable to these perpetrators who are now using online platforms to lure in more Filipinos, mostly women, under false pretenses of work, labor, or love, or better opportunities abroad, only to find themselves trapped in forced labor, slavery, and sex trafficking in these scam hubs. Even more disturbing, Madam Speaker, my dear colleagues, are emerging reports of online baby selling syndicates operating through social media platforms. Just this March, at the start of Women's Month, investigative reports published by Business Mirror highlighted the rise of the online sale of newborn infants. According to data they have gathered from the Department of Social Welfare and Development's National Authority for Child Care, they have already conducted 7 anti-online baby selling entrapment operations during the first quarter of this year alone, which is alarmingly close already to the 8 entrapment operations conducted in the entire previous year, and more than the 4 entrapment operations conducted in the year before. Babies, Madam Speaker, my dear colleagues, babies are now being sold and offered in private online groups as commodities. They are not even scared of law enforcement and are now publicly selling babies online. When infants, our children, the most vulnerable among all of us, the ones we are supposed to protect and cherish, are commodified in digital marketplaces, we confront not only trafficking, but the collapse of basic protection systems of our society. And worse, I fear our nation is facing moral degradation of epic proportions. Madam Speaker, trafficking today is no longer confined to hidden brothels or illegal recruitment offices. It has migrated to the digital spheres. Social media platforms, encrypted messaging apps, online job advertisements, and even dating sites have become recruitment tools and selling hubs for syndicates operating across borders. A simple message promising a high salary, a romantic proposal from a foreigner, a job offer requiring immediate travel, money in exchange for children. Behind these screens are organized criminal networks profiting from deception and coercion out of us, Filipinos. And in these evolving schemes, women are disproportionately affected. Women are targeted for sex trafficking, deceptive caregiving or hospitality jobs, exploitative domestic labor, and romantic scam recruitments. Gender inequality, economic vulnerability, and the feminization of migration create conditions that traffickers exploit. When more than half of the identified victims are women and girls and children, that is not a coincidence, Madam Speaker. That is a systemic, gendered exploitation. Therefore, I urge our law enforcement agencies to protect women and children at all costs. They must be central to our anti-trafficking response. We must strengthen monitoring of online recruitment and hold digital platforms accountable for hosting trafficking-related activity. We must expand digital literacy campaigns focused on women, especially young job seekers and single mothers who may be targeted by online recruiters. We must ensure aggressive prosecution of traffickers and illegal recruiters, whether they operate in physical offices or behind encrypted screens here and abroad. Unfortunately, we must also face the reality, Madam Speaker, that traffickers are also operating here, and sadly, some are our very own countrymen. Some are forced by financial constraints, others are forced by circumstances or syndicates threatening them with bodily harm or death. We must get to the bottom of this and put a firm stop to this, because there is nothing worse than being betrayed by your own countrymen. Finally, we must increase funding for survivor-centered services, including trauma counseling, legal support, and sustainable livelihood programs, so that rescued women are not traumatized by poverty and stigma. In fact, this is one of the reasons why we, the women legislators of this Congress, are pushing for the National Crisis Center for Women and Children in the country through HB or House Bill 7803 to ensure that adequate support is given in times of crisis to the most vulnerable in our society. Madam Speaker, Filipino women and children are not commodities to be traded through scam hubs, sold through digital baby markets, or deceived through online romance scams and schemes. We are mothers, daughters, workers, leaders, and pillars of our communities. The strength of our country is measured not only by economic growth or remittances and inflows, but by how fiercely we defend the dignity and safety of our most vulnerable women and children. Every recent repatriation, every intercepted minor, every rescued infant is a testament to our government's action, but also a grim reminder that the threat persists. Let us respond not with complacency, but with resolve. Let us act decisively to protect our women and children before it is too late. Because every woman, every child trafficked every day, Madam Speaker, my dear colleagues, is a national tragedy and one too many. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, my dear colleagues. Daghang salamat kaninyong tanan.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to refer the speech of Representative Audrey K.T. Zubiri to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The speech of Representative Zubiri is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that Representative Richelle Singson of Ako Ilocano Ako Party List be recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Representative Singson is recognized.
Madam Speaker, esteemed colleagues, and to the Filipino people, naimbaga malem kada kayo amin apo. This Women's Month, we celebrate the progress women have made in leadership, in public service, and in shaping the future of our nation. But today, I rise to speak about something even more fundamental than opportunity or representation. I rise to speak about women's dignity. Because the dignity we afford women today will shape the equality our children will know tomorrow. In recent days, public conversations have reminded us that women can still be casually reduced to their physical appearance, spoken about in ways that diminish rather than recognize their intellect, their character, and their contributions to society. Some may dismiss such remarks as harmless or trivial, but words are never harmless because language reveals values. And the values we normalize today shape the culture of our children growing up in. When women are reduced to their appearance, the message is unmistakable, that a woman's worth can be measured by how she looks rather than by who she is. When women are treated with dignity, when their character, intellect, and contributions are respected, we send a very different message to the next generation. Our children are watching. Girls learn their worth from how society treats women. Boys learn how women should be treated by observing what behavior we accept or refuse to accept. The dignity we give women today becomes the equality our children will live tomorrow. Madam Speaker, as chairperson of the Committee on Welfare of Children, I see every day how deeply children are shaped by the values that surround them. We often speak of women's dignity as an abstract ideal, but for a child, a woman's dignity is their first map of the world. When a mother, a teacher, or a female leader is treated with genuine respect, a child learns that human value is inherent. But when women are diminished, objectified, or silenced, we are not only disrespecting women, we are teaching every observing child a dangerous lesson about power and worth. Long before institutions intervene, it is often a woman who first protects and nurtures a child. Through their example, they shape not only the lives of children, but the character they carry into adulthood. That is why protecting women's dignity is not only a women's issue. It is a children's issue because the well-being of children is deeply tied to the women who raise and guide them. It is a societal issue because the values children learn will shape the society they build. And it is a nation-building issue because the future of our nation begins with the character of its children. Madam Speaker, this responsibility does not belong only to public officials. It belongs to every person in a position of influence. Leaders in government, bosses in companies, teachers in classrooms, voices in the media, and fathers in our homes. When those who hold influence speak or act in ways that diminish women, it sends a signal that disrespect is acceptable. Yet we must remember a simple truth. Every one of us was brought into this world by a woman. To diminish women is to diminish the very source of our own life. But when leaders choose dignity, when they show respect in their words and conduct, they set a standard that others will follow. Power does not excuse disrespect. It in fact demands greater respect. Madam Speaker, if we want a future where equality is real and lasting, we must begin with the dignity we defend today. In our language, in our leadership, in our workplaces, and in our institutions. Because equality is not sustained by laws alone. It is sustained by the values we choose to live by. So let us choose dignity, not only in moments of celebration, but in the every words we speak and the everyday conduct we show. For when a society protects the dignity of its women, It strengthens the character of its children and the future of its nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Diyos tiyagnina at isang makababaihan na hapon sa inyong lahat.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to refer the speech of Representative Richelle Singson to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The speech of Representative Singson is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that Representative Laarni Lavin Roque of the 4th District of Bukidnon be recognized to avail of the privileged hour.
Representative Roque is recognized.
Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues, and to the citizens of this Republic of the Philippines, we gather here during Women's Month to reflect on the role of the Filipina, not merely as a participant in our national narrative, but as a foundational architect of our society. History teaches us that our ancestors looked to the baybaylan, the healers, the mediators, and the wisdom keepers to maintain the social equilibrium of the community. This year, we invoke that same spirit of guardianship. We are not here to seek permission to lead. We are here to fulfill our ancestral duty to ensure the progress and stability of this nation. The Babaylan practiced the philosophy of kalinaw, a profound, sustainable peace achieved through the integration of all voices. She understood that a community is only as strong as its most vulnerable member. Today, this translates to our work in this chamber. We must move beyond fragmented policies and embrace a holistic approach to governance. True statesmanship requires the ability to see the interconnectedness of our citizens, to recognize that our economic growth, our social welfare, and our national security are inseparable from the well-being of the Filipino family. We must acknowledge a fiscal reality. The care economy is the silent engine of our national development. From the micro-entrepreneur driving local trade, the professional working across borders, the Filipina is the cornerstone of our economic resilience. However, acknowledging this contribution is not enough. As policymakers, it is our responsibility to formalize support systems to ensure that the labor of care is recognized, protected, and integrated into our national development goals. We are building the infrastructure of our future, and it must be inclusive of those who sustain our homes and our workforce. My dear colleagues, let our legislative agenda reflect the values of the Babaylan, to heal the fractures of our society and to harmonize our diverse interests for the common good. We must prioritize the safety of women and children, transforming the home into a sanctuary of security. We must ensure that the benefits of our modern economy, specifically the digital revolution, reach every island, leaving no community behind. We must continue to dismantle the barriers that prevent qualified, capable women from reaching the highest levels of leadership in both the private and public sectors. Our experiences deepen our appreciation for these traditional virtues. We believe in the standard of measure for justice, love, and mercy. We recognize that the mother serves as the gantangan, the enduring standard of compassion and strength. Her ability to remain steadfast, regardless of the challenges, is the model upon which we build our public service. Let us move forward with the understanding that we are the stewards of this nation's future. We do not seek to compete with the past, but to build upon the wisdom of what has been provided us. Let us commit to a legislative agenda that is as compassionate as it is rigorous and as inclusive as it is visionary. Together, let us ensure that the pulse of our nation remains strong, guided by the principles of service, wisdom, and lasting peace. Sa kada babayi, inahan, anak, igsuon o higala, usa ka madasigong pagsaulog sa buwan sa kababayan-an. Daghang salamat ug maayong hapon kanatong tanan.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to refer the speech of Representative Laarni Lavin Roque to the Committee on Rules for its appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The speech of Representative Roque is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that Representative Micah M. Gonzalez of the 3rd District of Pampanga be recognized to avail of the privileged hour.
Representative Gonzalez is recognized.
Madam Speaker, esteemed colleagues, and my fellow Filipinos, especially Filipinas, I rise today on a matter of collective urgency, a silent crisis that is not just a health concern, but a profound child protection emergency, which, if left unresolved, can jeopardize our national development. I speak of the alarming reality of adolescent pregnancy in our country, Philippines. While we have seen a gradual decline in pregnancies among older adolescents aged 15 to 19, dropping from 178,000 in 2019 to 138,000 in 2023, we cannot celebrate. Why? Because beneath the surface, a more alarming reality is quietly taking shape. Recent data from the Philippine Statistics Authority, PSA, and the Commission on Population and Development, CPD, reveals a staggering 58% spike in pregnancy among our very young children, the 10 to 14 age group. In 2023 alone, over 3,433 young girls became mothers, sadly. We are talking about children whose bodies and brains are still growing. These 10 to 14-year-olds should be playing outside and enjoying the start of their teenage years. Instead, they're being forced to deal with grown-up problems that are simply too big for them. At this age, a child cannot truly understand how one moment can change the rest of their life forever. This is especially true regarding the physical toll of early pregnancy. These young girls face severe health risk because their bodies are not yet ready to carry, more so deliver a child. They aren't just going through an identity crisis. They have been let down by the adults and the systems that were supposed to keep them safe. They are carrying a physical and emotional weight they did not ask for and cannot fully comprehend. We have not stood idly by in the face of this crisis. Alongside our partners in the civil society, the government is taking decisive action through a wide range of proactive initiatives. Executive Order 141 establishes the fight against teenage pregnancy as national priority, mobilizing all government agencies to tackle its root causes. The DSWD leads Project Protect Teen and the Social Protection Program for adolescent mothers and their children. These programs deliver vital psychosocial support and direct social services, empowering young mothers to care for the children while connecting them with peer advocates. The DILG actively drives regional change through Project Tiwala in Region 2 and the Municipal Youth Leadership and Governance Program in Region 8. The DILG hones life skills and strengthens local governance. Furthermore, DILG engages the public through the Gyao Open Government Town Hall meetings and mobilizes sangguniang panlalawigan kabataan officials in Region 3 to lock adolescent health into local budgets. The Commission on Population Development, CPD, operates the Pagkalinga sa mga kabataang magulang program. In tandem with Protect Teen of DSWD, this initiative opens doors for young mothers to access essential services, continuing education, and skills development. DepEd, through Order Number 025, strengthens reproductive health education by deploying adequately trained teachers to provide age-appropriate instruction to our learners and students. Our civil society and international partners provide a critical safety net. Save the Children bridges the communication gap between caregivers and children through the Heart to Heart program. The United Nations Population Fund deploys Truck Kabataan, a mobile clinic that brings youth-friendly health services directly to the people. Korea International Cooperation Agency, UNFPA, UNICEF, and WHO execute the joint program on accelerating the reduction of adolescent pregnancy in southern Leyte and Samar, improving health services and enforcing better governance. The Philippine Legislators Committee on Population Development spearheads the hashtag Girl Defenders Alliance and the No More Children Having Children campaign to dismantle the practice of child marriage. However, despite these noble efforts, our current approach remains fragmented. We still require written parental consent for minors to access basic reproductive health services, even for those who are survivors of abuse. This barrier, combined with social stigma, leaves many young mothers feeling isolated, bullied in school, and shamed by their communities, effectively trapping them in a cycle of poverty. Furthermore, while comprehensive sexual education is mandated by law, its delivery is inconsistent across regions. It is often hampered by moral pushback that ignores the biological and social realities our youth face every day. Our existing legal framework is also limited. We rely primarily on the reproductive health law and the prohibition of child marriage law. While these laws are important, they are not enough to address the full complexity of adolescent pregnancy on their own. This is why we need a national framework, a whole of government and society approach. For the 20th Congress, there are 17 House bills on adolescent pregnancy prevention. These bills are not about encouraging early sexual activity. Instead, they focus on prevention, protection, and social reintegration. They seek to institutionalize social protection to ensure adolescent parents finish their education and access health services without restrictive barriers. While these bills are currently referred to the Committee on Youth and Sports Development, we must not view this as a mere youth issue. These measures address gaps in education, social protection, and child welfare. Madam Speaker, during the 19th Congress, we proved that consolidating committees is the most effective way to solve multidimensional problems. We witnessed the Quintacom tackle food security, and most notably, the Quadcom, which brought to light systematic issues around POGO, extrajudicial killings in the war on drugs, human rights violation, illegal acquisition of lands by foreigners, and issuance of fraudulent birth certificates, among others. If we could do it then, there's no reason we cannot do it now. To save precious time and resources, we must align our strategies. Adolescent pregnancy is a multifaceted challenge that demands full legislative action. Therefore, I call for the creation of the new Quinta Committee, a joint legislative powerhouse composed of committees on basic education and culture, health, welfare of children, women and gender equality, and lastly, Committee on Youth and Sports Development. Madam Speaker, ang usaping patungkol sa adolescent pregnancy ay kinakailangan ng malawakang kolaborasyon sa pagitan ng iba't ibang stakeholders. This is a health issue, an education issue, a poverty issue, and a justice issue. We must unite to ensure that the rights of adolescent parents are safeguarded and the dignity of our young mothers is preserved. We must protect our children from risk of early pregnancy, but for those who are already mothers, we must ensure they are not isolated. They are still our children. Their dreams must not end with a positive test. Motherhood takes great strength, but it's a journey no child should have to experience. As a mother myself, I know the weight of this journey, and it breaks my heart to see children carrying children. This Women's Month, let's make sure no young mother has to carry that weight alone. Dakal pong salamat, and with our collective support, we can give our youth the chance to shape their future in the way we're always meant to. Dakal pong salamat at maya pa oras po.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to refer the speech of Representative Micah Gonzalez to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The speech of Representative Gonzalez is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to extend the privilege hour for another 60 minutes to allow other members who registered from the Committee on Rules to avail of the privilege hour.
There's a motion to extend the privilege hour for another 60 minutes. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The privilege hour is extended for another 60 minutes. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that Representative Rene Luisco of the Kabataan Party List be recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Representative Ko is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my fellow legislators, and to the Filipino people, I stand firm before this august body today, first and foremost as a militant woman, shaped by the struggle and bearing the historic burdens of women before me who paved this path. As we observe International Working Women's Month, a time that should be dedicated to honoring the potential of girls and women from the toiling masses, I echo a cry, a collective cry for justice of a recent massacre of young women in the halls of education. Only days ago, the world bore witness to yet another devastating chapter in an already looming and catastrophic war, an intensification of years of documented atrocities and human rights violations committed under the banner of imperial power. For years, we have watched the ongoing genocide in Palestine, where the systemic destruction of civilian lives and infrastructure has become normalized and militarily sustained by the genocidal Israel and the imperialist United States. As of late, 2025, 97% of schools in Gaza have already been decimated, bombed into rubble. Palestinian students and educators buried beneath US-Israel manufactured war machines. Girls toiling through challenging education systems to chase a promise of a better life through degrees and certificates had no institutional recourse to achieve their dreams as they are shattered and bombed during their daily trials for survival. In the heat of this aggression, Madam Speaker, a preemptive attack was launched by the United States and Israel against Iran on February 28, 2026. The cost of this aggression was felt immediately and most tragically in the southern city of Minab, where an all-girls elementary school was directly targeted and bombed, resulting in the massacre of 165 schoolgirls and staff. Reports from the ground describe scenes of unimaginable horror. Trigger warning, where bodies of these children torn to shreds within and blasted through the very walls where they sought an education. The United States claims it has no prior knowledge of the strike. This is the same government that has funded, armed, diplomatically shielded, and provided military intelligence to Israel throughout its genocidal campaign. This is the bloody conclusion of a US-backed war machine. Madam Speaker, hindi malayo sa atin ang gantong karahasan. Dito sa Pilipinas, ramdam din ng mga kabataan, lalo ng mga batang babae, ang bigat ng isang lipunang nilulubos ng militarisasyon at sistematikong karahasan. Patuloy na naisa sa dokumento ang malala at malawakang paglabag ng karapatang pantao, lalo ng mga bata, sa iba't ibang lugar na tinatawag na quote-unquote conflict areas. Sa ilalim ng pagkukunwari na itaguyod ang kapayapaan at proteksyon sa mamamayan, kaliwat kanan ang pang-aabuso sa mga inosente. Ang doktrinang militar na ginagamit ng US at Israel upang bombahin ang mga paaralan sa Minab at Gaza ay ang parehong doktrinang quote-unquote counterinsurgency na ipinapalaganap at pinapondohan dito sa ating kanayunan. Ang militarisasyon dito sa ating mga komunidad at subsequently sa mga eskwelahan ay nagre-resulta rin ng mga pagkamatay ng ating kabataan, lalo na kabataang kababaihan. Hindi natin makakalimutan si Angel Rivas, isang 12 anyos na estudyante na pinatay sa Lianga. Hindi rin tayo pwedeng manahimik sa pagkamatay ng 3 batang Iraya Mangyan sa Mindoro noong nakaraang Enero. Sila ay pinatay sa gitna ng walang habas na pagbobomba at operasyon sa kabundukan, isang malinaw na paglabag sa international humanitarian law. Ngunit, ang mga karahasang ito ay hindi lang nagmumula sa mga bala at bomba. Nanunuot din po ito sa mismong kultura ng ating mga institusyong pang-edukasyon, kung saan nagbubunga ng mga kagawiang nakakapang-abuso ng kababaihan. Nakakapanlumo, Madam Speaker, ang datos ukol sa karahasan laban sa mga bata sa loob mismo ng ating mga paaralan. We note that according to a 2015 National Baseline Study on Violence Against Children na sinuportahan ng UNICEF, may finding na 27.36% ng mga mag-aaral ay nagsabing nakaranas sila ng direktang pisikal na karahasan mula sa mga guro, kabilang ang pagkurot, paghampas ng pambura, at pagpalo ng patpat. Nangunguna rin ang Pilipinas sa pinakamataas na rate ng bullying sa paaralan sa buong mundo, kabilang sa pinakamataas sa 80 na bansa at ekonomiya ayon sa PISA 2022. Mas mataas ang insidente ng bullying sa mga batang babae kaysa sa mga batang lalaki, na umabot sa 66.8% ayon sa NBS-BAC. Partikular na nasa panganib ang mga batang naninirahan sa labas ng kanilang mga pamilya o sa mga tahanan na may mga problema sa alkohol o droga, isang katotohanang nagpapakita na may kaugnayan ang kahirapan, karahasan sa tahanan at karahasan sa paaralan. Habang pinagmamalaki ang mga batas kontra bullying tulad ng RA 10627, malayo pa rin ang pagpapatupad nito sa araw-araw na karanasan ng ating mga bata. Higit sa lahat, nagsisilbing pandaigdigang sentro ng online child sexual exploitation ang Pilipinas. Isang nakakahiyang katotohanan na hindi natin maaring ipagpaliban pangtugunan. Nag-ulat ng pagdanas ng anumang anyo ng sexual na karahasan ang isa sa bawat 4 na kabataan. Imagine, Madam Speaker, 1 out of 4 youth, 24.9% ayon sa NBS-BAC. Lalong nasa panganib ang mga batang babae, lalo na ang nasa antas high school, kung saan naitala ang maraming kaso ng sexual na panliligalig na nagmumula din kahit sa mga guro, tulad ng naitalang kaso sa Bacoor National High School at sa Philippine High School for the Arts. Bukod dito, nakaranas rin ng mga karahasan sa online spaces ang halos kalahati o 48.5% ng mga kabataang Pilipino sa pagitan ng 13 to 17 years old, kabilang ang verbal abuse sa internet or cellphone, pagpapadala ng sexual na mensahe, o pagpapakita ng sexual na nilalaman ng walang pahintulot. Pinapaalala pa na patuloy na kakulangan na sapat na budget na ibigay para makabuluhang hakbang ang i-take natin para proteksyonan ng kabataang Pilipino. Madam Speaker, whether it is an airstrike in Iran, a military operation in Mindoro, or the normalized abuse inside our campuses, children, especially our young girls, always bear the heaviest cost. Higit pa rito, Madam Speaker, ang pangkulturang krisis na buhat ng imperialismo ay may direktang epekto sa ating mga kababayan. Produkto ito mismo ng isang lipunan na inaanod ng imperialismo ng Estados Unidos o burokrata kapitalismo. Pinapanatili ng sistemang ito ang kahirapan, pinapalawig ang armadong presensya sa mga komunidad at ibinababa ang halaga ng buhay ng mga kababaihan at kabataan, lalo na ng ating mga batang babae. Kapag pinahihintulutan ng ating gobyerno ang presensya ng mga tropang Amerikano sa ating lupain sa ilalim ng Mutual Defense Treaty, ng Visiting Forces Agreement, at ng Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, hindi lang batas international ang nilalabag. Isinasanla din natin ang kaligtasan ng ating mamamayan sa isang kapangyarihang nakapagpatay ng 160 batang babae sa Iran, batang estudyante sa Iran, nagbomba ng mga paaralan sa Gaza at nagtayo ng basing militar sa buong Asia-Pasipiko upang isulong ang sarili nitong estratehikong interes. Ang lahat ng ito ay malinaw na bunga ng paglaganap at pagmamayagpag ng isang imperialistang US. And thus, I put this challenge to my fellow lawmakers in this august body and to all Filipino women in public office. Whose interests do we serve? Let us break our silence. The dignity of this chamber is not found in titles. It rests on our ability and willingness to stand for justice and accountability even when it is uncomfortable, even when the perpetrator is a global superpower. We must issue a formal condemnation. It is a betrayal of our mandate to speak of protection within these halls, but remain silent on the actions of the United States and Israel against women. Colleagues, stand with us in condemning this unbridled aggression. And thus, Madam Speaker, pinapanawagan natin ang lahat ng mga sumusunod. Number 1, mariing kondenahin
ang massacre ng 165 na Iranian schoolgirls and staff sa Minab, Iran. Ang pag-atake sa mga paaralan ay isang krimen laban sa sangkatauhan. Number 2, panatilihin ang mga paaralan bilang zones of peace. Tutulan ang militarisasyon sa mga campus at sa mga komunidad, dito man sa ating bansa o sa ibang panig ng mundo. And number 3, putulin ang lahat ng ugnayang militar ng bansa sa Estados Unidos at Israel. Ibasura natin ang makaisang panig na kasunduan tulad ng Mutual Defense Treaty, ng Visiting Forces Agreement, and Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement. Panahon na para itaguyod ang isang tunay na independent foreign policy na nakabatay sa soberanya at karapatang pantao. Hindi deserve ng kabataan at kababaihan, lalo na ng mga batang babae, ang isang kinabukasan na pinipinsala ng gyerang agresyon ng Estados Unidos sa buong mundo. Ang kanilang pangarap ay hindi dapat maging abo. Hindi maging abo na lamang dulot ng walang habas na panggigera ng mga dayuhang bansa para lamang sa likas na yaman at kita. And also, Madam Speaker, hindi rin deserve ng kabataan at kababaihan na pamunuan ng mga leader tayo na tumatalikod sa pananagutan, sa korupsyon, at inuuna ang pansariling interes sa kapangyarihan, lalo na kung ito ay nagmumula sa mismo sa pangalawang pangulo ng ating bansa. Paano natin pagtitiwalaan ang isang liderato na sa halip na magtayo ng mga ligtas na silid-aralan para sa mga batang babae, ay mas inatupag pa ang paglustay ng 612.5 milyong confidential funds of the Office of the Vice President of the Department of Education. Isang malaking insulto sa bawat Pilipina na mismong si VP Sara Duterte ay mas abala sa pagprotekta sa nakaw na yaman ng kanyang political dynasty at sa sariling political na interes kaysa sa pagprotekta sa mga batang babaeng biktima ng karahasan at kahirapan. Ang paniningil natin sa mga namumuno, lalo na kay VP Sara or even kay President Bongbong Marcos, ay hindi lamang tungkol sa pera ng bayan, kung hindi tungkol rin po ito sa libu-libong batang babae na napabayaan ng mga leader na mas piniling mang-red tag ng kabataan, ng babaeng lumalaban at maghasik ng takot kaysa magbigay ng tunay na serbisyo at pananagutan. Madam Speaker, magkakabit sa bituka ang pasismo sa ibang bansa at ang korupsyon at karahasan dito sa ating pamahalaan. Ang malagim na pagbomba sa mga paaralan sa Minab at ang talamak na sexual harassment at abuso sa loob ng ating mga campus ay nagpapatunay na sa bawat sandaling pinahihintulutan natin ang kultura ng impunidad, ang ating mga kabataan, lalo na ang mga batang babae ang unang nasasakripisyo. Ito ang mga naging ugat ng bulok na sistemang walang nagpapahalaga sa buhay ng mamamayan. Kaya naman, Madam Speaker, tayo ay dapat tumindig para sa isang hustisyang hindi natatapos sa ating mga hangganan at hindi yumuyuko sa kung anumang kapangyarihan. Justice for the young girls of Minab. Justice for all children victims of war and military aggression. Lansagin ang imperialismo, wakasan ang pasismo, labanan ang abuso. Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker. I yield the floor.
Majority Floor Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to refer the speech of Representative Relay Luis Co to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The speech of Representative Co is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that Representative Sarah Jane Elago of Gabriela Party List be recognized to avail of the privileged hour.
Representative Ilago is recognized.
Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker. Isang mainit na pagbati sa buwan ng kababaihan at araw ng kababaihang anak pawis sa buong daigdig. Greetings of solidarity on International Working Women's Day. Nakatayo ang representasyon na ito mula sa Gabriela sa bulwagang ito upang magbalik tanaw sa kasaysayan ng International Working Women's Day. Ito ay inspirasyon sa lahat ng ating paggunita at pagdiriwang na ginagawa ngayong buwan ng Marso. Ang Marso 8 sa ating kasaysayan ay inukit sa lansangan, sa pabrika at mga pagawaan, at mga sakahan sa iba't ibang panig ng mundo. Ang Marso 8 ay hindi lamang pag-alala, kundi isang pagpupugay sa tapang ng mga naunang kababaihan sa atin. Ito rin ay panawagan para sa pagpapatuloy ng laban ng kababaihan para sa pantay na karapatan at access sa mga oportunidad. Sa kasaysayan, Madam Speaker, ito ay araw ng pag-alala sa sigaw sa mga lansangan upang maipanawagan ang karapatan sa pagboto, ang pantay na sahod, ang pagwawakas ng diskriminasyon sa lugar ng paggawa. Ito ay mga panawagang mula sa tiyan mismo ng mapang-aping sistema noong ika-20 siglo kung saan ang pag-unlad ng teknolohiya, ang paglago ng produksyon ay nakaangkla sa sistematikong pagsasamantala sa uri ng mga manggagawa, lalong-lalo na sa mga kababaihan. At sa harap ng ganitong kalagayan, nagkaisa ang mga manggagawang babae, nagtayo ng mga organisasyon, nagtayo ng mga unyon, at mula sa pandaigdigang pagpupulong ng mga kababaihang manggagawa. Sa Copenhagen noong 1910, iminungkahi ng isang German socialist na si Clara Zetkin ang pagkakaroon ng isang pandaigdigang araw ng kababaihan. Isang pagpupugay sa kilusang pandaigdig laban sa mga pang-aapi at pagsasamantala sa lugar ng paggawa at bilang alaala sa mga welga ng mga manggagawang babae. Lalong-lalo na sa isang malagim na pangyayari sa New York noong 1911. Noong March 25, 1911, nagliyab ang Triangle Shirtwaist Company sa New York, kung saan nasawi ang 146 na manggagawang babae. Karamihay mga imigranteng Italyano at Hudyo, at kasama ang mga batang babae na 13 anyos pa lamang. Nagdulot ng katahimikan ang libing na dinaluhan ng 100,000 na tao na nakikiisa sa panawagan ng hustisya. Ngunit sa kabila ng katahimikan na ito, nagbukas naman ng napakarami ding mata sa buong mundo sa tindi ng kinakailangan tugunan na hamon pagdating sa pagkakaroon ng pantay na karapatan sa mundo ng paggawa. Ipinakita ng triangle tragedy ang kahindik-hindik na kalagayan sa paggawa na siyang sentro ng selebrasyon at paggunita ng International Working Women's Day. At isa sa pinakamakasay-sayang pagkilos rin ay noong March 8, 1917, kung kailan pinangunahan ng mga manggagawang babae sa pagtatahi ang 90,000 manggagawa sa pagbaha sa mga lansangan sa Petrograd na St. Petersburg ngayon sa Russia. Bit-bit ng mga women workers ang panawagan para sa tinapay at kapayapaan, bread and peace. Dahil sa kanilang mahalagang papel, opisyal na naideklara ang March 8, Marso 8, bilang pandaigdigang araw ng mga manggagawang kababaihan noong 1921. Dito naman sa ating bansa, Madam Speaker, matagal na ring buhay ang diwa ng Marso 8. Nagsimula ito sa tapang ng mga babaylan, sa tapang ni Gabriela Silang, Gregoria de Jesus, at Teresa Magbanwa laban sa mga mananakop. Ngunit bilang araw ng pagkilos at protesta, nagsimula ito noong March 8, 1971, bunga ng matinding kahirapan at pagsasamantala. Ito ay napangunahan ng makibaka, ng katipunan, ang mga unang protesta ng pandaigdigang araw ng kababaihan sa Pilipinas, kung saan nagkaisa ang daan-daang kabataang babae at ina, mga kababaihan mula sa maralitang lungsod upang kondenahin ang mababang sahod at mapang-abusong kalagayan sa paggawa. At nang maitatag ang General Assembly Binding Women for Integrity, Leadership and Action o Gabriela noong 1984. Ito po ay yung National Alliance of Filipino Women. Muling binuhay ang malawakang paggunita sa buong bansa. Higit sa 10,000 kababaihan ang nagmarcha patungong Menjola noong 1983 upang tutulan ang pang-aapi, panunupil paglabag sa karapatang pantao, kahirapan at katiwalian. Nagbunga ito ng taunang pambansang araw ng pagprotesta ng mga kababaihan. At napalakas nito ang mga organisasyon, nag-inspire pa ng mas marami na magbuo ng mga samahan at naghubog ng mga lider kababaihan sa iba't ibang sektor. Kaya, mga kapwa kinatawan at mga kababayan, ano nga ba ang hamon ng kasaysayang ito sa atin ngayon? Itinuturo ng kasaysayan ng Marso 8, hindi kusang ibinigay at ibibigay ang mga karapatang dapat ay sa atin na. Hindi kusang ibibigay ang seguridad sa trabaho, ang sapat na serbisyong panlipunan, ang proteksyon mula sa karahasan. Ang mga karapatang ito ay ating napagwagian at dapat maisakatuparan sa ating sama-samang pagkilos at ang aksyon mismo ng ating nasa pamahalaan sa pagtitiyak ng karapatan sa paggawa ng ating mga manggagawa. At sa harap ng lumalalim na krisis sa pandaigdig, lalong kinakailangan ang organisado at pagkilos ng mga kababaihan kasama ang iba pang mga kasarian upang labanan ang mga polisiyang sumisira sa sahod, nagbabawas ng trabaho at naglulubog sa mamamayan sa higit pa na kahirapan. Upang tutulan ang politikal na panunupil, ang interbensyon ng mga dambuhalang ekonomiya, ang mga digmaang agresyon at ang pandarambong sa ating likas na yaman na lalong naglalagay sa kababaihan sa panganib at pagsasamantala. Kaya ngayon, higit kailanman, dapat nating isabuhay ang diwa ng Marso 8, ang diwa ng mga manggagawang babaeng tumindig para sa pantay na sahod, para sa karapatan sa pagboto, ang diwa ng mga martir ng Triangle Shirtwaist Tragedy na nag-alay ng buhay upang magising ang mundo, ang diwa ng mga Pilipinang martir at bayani mula kay Gabriela Silang hanggang sa mga kababaihang anak pawis na tumitindig magpasa hanggang ngayon. Hindi pa tapos ang laban, malinaw na malinaw ito sa atin. Nandito pa rin ang pagsasamantala sa mundo ng paggawa, nandito pa rin ang kawalan ng tunay na reformang agraryo na magpapalaya sa mga kababaihang magsasaka, nandito pa rin ang karahasan mula sa tahanan hanggang sa mga pampubliko at digital na espasyo. At nandito pa rin ang epekto at banta ng mga digmaan sa daigdig na nagpapahirap sa ating mga ina at mga anak. Kaya muli, ang hamon sa ating plenaryo, sa ating pamahalaan, at sa buong sambayanan, makiisa sa diwa ng Marso 8. Isang bagay na kailangan natin alalahanin at ipagpatuloy kahit tapos na o matatapos na ang buwan ng kababaihan. Kahit hindi Women's Month, kinakailangan ng ating aksyon. Suportahan ang mga panukalang nagtataguyod ng tunay na security, ng jobs, disenteng sahod, pagpapababa ng presyo ng mga bilihin, sa pagtatanggal ng VAT, sa pangunahing bilihin at excise tax sa langis, ang komprehensibong proteksyon laban sa karahasan, kilalanin at respetuhin ang karapatan ng mamamayan, lalo-lalo na ng kababaihan na mag-organisa at magpahayag ng malaya. Dahil ang pagsusulong ng karapatan ng kababaihan ay ang pagsusulong ng isang lipunang tunay na malaya, maunlad, progresibo at ligtas para sa lahat ng kababaihan at ng buong sambayanan. Maraming salamat, Madam Speaker. Mabuhay ang mga manggagawang kababaihan ng Pilipinas, ang mga kababaihang anak pawis sa buong mundo. Mabuhay ang diwa ng Marso 8. Maraming salamat.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize Assistant Minority Leader Iris Marie de Mesa Montes of 4K Party List for her manifestation.
Representative Montes is recognized. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Kababaihan Kabalikatan para sa Kapakanan at Kaunlaran ng Bayan or 4K Party List supports and joins the Honorable Elagov Gabriela Party List in her call for women empowerment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to repair the speech of Representative Sarah Jane I. Ilagot together with the manifestation of Representative Iris Marie de Mesa Montes to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The speech of Representative Alago together with the manifestation of Representative Montes is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that Representative Lolita T. Javier of the 2nd District of Leyte be recognized to avail of the privilege.
Representative Javier is recognized.
Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues, good afternoon. Maupay nga kulop haaton nga tanan. Today, I stand before this august body not just as a legislator, but as an advocate for women's empowerment through entrepreneurship, a force that is reshaping economies, strengthening families, and uplifting communities. Entrepreneurship is more than just starting a business. It is the courage to transform ideas into opportunities, to turn skills into income, and to convert dreams into reality. It fuels innovation, strengthens local economies, and creates jobs that uplift entire communities. And around the world, women are stepping boldly into entrepreneurship and driving real economic progress. Across our nation, countless women carry not only the responsibility of nurturing families, but also the quiet ambition to build something of their own, a small enterprise, a home-based business, a startup that answers a need in their community. Globally, women make up about 40% of the entrepreneurial workforce and own roughly 31% of small and medium-sized enterprises, contributing an estimated $5 trillion in annual revenue to the global economy. In the Philippines, more than half of micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, are owned and led by women, a proportion that significantly exceeds global averages and highlights the remarkable participation of women in business. According to the Philippine Commission on Women, 66% of its MSMEs and 62% of newly registered businesses are owned by women. In the recent years, countless women launched 60% of new business ideas, showcasing their entrepreneurial skills and spirit. Even at the community level, women dominate in small retail and grassroots commerce. A good example of this is the 75% of sari-sari stores that are owned by women. And these are just the tip of the iceberg. Madam Speaker, this is not just participation, it is leadership at the heart of our economy. MSMEs, most of them led by women, account for nearly 99.5% of all business establishments in the Philippines and generate significant portion of employment and economic activity. Yet, despite these impressive figures, barriers persist. Women entrepreneurs often face gaps in access to capital, receiving far less funding than their male counterparts, and struggle with constraints in digital literacy and market access. Madam Speaker, we must recognize that empowering women with entrepreneurial skills and knowledge is not just a matter of fairness, it is smart economics. For when we equip women with entrepreneurial skills and knowledge, we do more than just teach them how to run a business. We give them the power to generate their own income, to stand on their own feet, and to pursue their dreams independently. Financial independence is not merely economic, it is transformational. It builds confidence, it strengthens decision-making, it expands possibilities. Just like the British Nobel Prize winning author William Golding quoted, Whatever you give a woman, she will make greater. If you give her a house, she will give you a home. Give her groceries, and she will give you a meal. She multiplies and enlarges whatever is given to her. When women gain the tools, we do not wait for opportunities. We create it. Local jobs are created. Markets expand, innovation flourished at the grassroots level. Madam Speaker, let us therefore commit to champion policies that provide accessible entrepreneurial education, affordable financing, mentorship programs, digital literacy training, and market linkages specifically designed for women. Let us remove barriers that limit their participation and replace them with bridges toward opportunity. For when we invest in women entrepreneurs, we are not only supporting individual dreams, we are strengthening families, revitalizing opportunities, and securing a more inclusive and prosperous future for our nation. Madam Speaker, the future of our economy is not only in boardrooms and large corporations. It is in the hands of the determined woman who dares to build. Let us empower her. Let us equip her. Let us believe in her. Madam Speaker, before I finish, I would like to remind everyone in this August hall, we made all of you, and you are welcome. Thank you. Damo nga salamat. Nga maupay nga gabi ha aton nga tanan.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to refer the speech of Representative Lolita T. Javier to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The speech of Representative Javier is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that Representative Kaka J. Bagaw of the Lone District of Dinagat Island be recognized to avail the privilege.
Representative Bagaw is recognized.
Honorable Speaker, esteemed colleagues, March, we call it the Women's Month, a time when the world pauses to celebrate the strength, resilience, and immeasurable contributions of women. But beyond the flowers, the greetings, and hashtags, Women's Month should also be a time for truth-telling. While we celebrate women and contributions of women to the world, we must also confront the reality of women's continuing struggles. Let me share these stories which illustrate with clarity. Maria is a single mother of 9 children. When her husband left, he did not only abandon the family, he left Maria with the full weight of survival. 9 children to feed, send to school, and sustain. Maria wakes up before dawn to perform domestic chores. Then she finds odd jobs, laundry, market vending, and domestic work, just to make sure there is food on the table. At night, she tries to reckon when the food bank will dry up. Maria does not seek recognition or post honoring her. She aspires for a more equitable society, where her labor and contributions do not remain invisible. She aims to dignify her daily contributions to the informal economy and her role in building a community. Then there's a story of Aling Celia, a barangay health worker. Every morning she goes house to house to check on newborns, remind mothers about vaccinations, assist in barangay immunization drives and nutrition programs. She is on call during health emergencies and is a first responder for most of the contingencies. And for all of this, for safeguarding the health of an entire barangay, she receives a monthly stipend of 500 pesos. 500 pesos for saving lives. How is this equitable? And then there's Josie, who has been seeking justice since the death of her husband in 2017 during the so-called war on drugs. To aggravate her situation, her eldest son was arrested and detained based on a trumped-up drug report without a formal complaint filed against him. In her desperation to secure her child's freedom, Josie endured unspeakable abuse. Two police officers forced this mother to perform sexual favors, supposedly in exchange for her son's release. Imagine the pain and humiliation. Imagine the silent indignity she suffered so her child could come home alive. Josie's story is not just about injustice. It is about the compounded violence that women endure. Violence by systems meant to protect them. And let me also speak of Atelisa, whose story is similar to many. For years, she endured domestic violence and hid bruises under long sleeves. She stayed quiet because she feared for her children. She was told to be patient, to forgive, and was reminded that a good wife keeps the family intact. How many Lisas are trapped between fear and societal expectations? And finally, let's talk about Anna, a factory worker who works the same shift, performs the same tasks, and meet the same quotas as her male counterparts. Yet, at the end of the month, her salary is lower. And when she inquired, she was told, ganyan talaga ang buhay. This unjust practice of unequal pay for equal work is normalized, rationalized, and tolerated. And these are not isolated stories. These are the everyday realities of Filipino women. Yes, March is the month when the world celebrates women's achievements. In the Philippines, we have much to be proud of. Filipino women fought for and secured the right to vote in 1937. We passed laws protecting women from violence, the Anti-Violence Against Women and Their Children Act, the Magna Carta of Women, the Safe Spaces Act, and recognizing their reproductive and social protection rights, such as the Expanded Maternity Leave Act. And Filipino women have led movements, governed cities, and sat in the highest offices of the land. But we must ask, why? Is this enough? We are in the 21st century, yet in this very House of Representatives, women remain underrepresented. Women comprise roughly half of our population. But do we see that reflected in our leadership? The ratio of women and men in public office tells us that political power remains unevenly distributed. Representation matters because policy priorities often mirror the lived experiences of those crafting them. And beyond formal leadership, Filipino women carry multiple burdens. In our culture, women are expected to excel at work, manage households, raise children, care for elderly parents, nurture relationships, all at once. We praise them for being strong, but we rarely ask why they have to be this strong just to survive. A woman who works a full shift, then comes home to a second shift, unpaid and recognized, yet expected. Meanwhile, male privilege often operates quietly. Men are rarely asked who takes care of their children when they pursue careers. Men are not told that leadership and parenthood are incompatible. Men are not shamed for ambition. These privileges may be invisible to some, but they are deeply felt by many women. Women continue to face discrimination in workplaces, in courts, in communities, and even in these very halls of Congress. Women are depicted as mere objects of sexual desires and fantasies. Women as human rights defenders are harassed. Women journalists are attacked online. Women who speak up are labeled too emotional or too aggressive. And yet, despite all this, women continue to rise. So what does Women's Month demand of us? It demands that we go beyond celebration. It demands that we legislate with urgency, that we fund programs that truly support women, from health workers like Aling Celia to survivors like Josie. It demands that we close the gender pay gap, that we strengthen protections against gender-based violence. It demands that we create an environment that ensures equal political participation. But more than policy, it demands cultural change. It demands that we question norms that burden women and excuse male privilege. It demands that men become partners, not spectators in the fight for equality. And as we celebrate the Women's Month, let us honor Maria's perseverance, Aling Celia's service, Josie's courage, Lisa's resilience, and Anna's determination. Let us recognize that their struggles are not personal failures, but systemic challenges. And let us remember that the work is far from over. Women's rights are human rights. And equality is not a favor, it is a right. Justice is not optional, it is imperative. And this March, let us recommit not only to celebrate women, but also to dismantle the barriers to their safety and success. The true measure of progress is not how loudly we praise women's resilience and strength, but how concretely we ensure that they will no longer have to endure violence, work without fair compensation, or live in injustice. Daghang salamat, maayong gabi sa atong tanan.
Majority Leader. Madam Speaker, I move to refer the speech of Representative Kaka J. Bagao to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The speech of Representative Bagao is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that Representative Leila M. De Lima of ML Party List be recognized to avail of the privilege of.
Representative De Lima is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader. Madam Speaker, dear colleagues, good afternoon. I rise on a matter of collective privilege. We are told that sometimes action speaks louder than words. This is true. But oftentimes, inaction, or should we say, omission or silence can be the loudest speaker. During Women's Month, every March, many politicians and public personalities grab microphones and flood social media with their praises for the importance of women in various spheres and their commitments to women's empowerment in different walks of life. They preach equality, protest against discrimination, and proclaim loudly to be pro-women. Pero may ilan sa kanila na hindi naman isinasabuhay ang sinasabi. May ilang nang aapi ng babae. Performative statements lang pala ang kanilang mga pahayag. Then, there's another breed of public figures who cannot even afford to hide in words their contempt of women, who cannot shut their mouths or temper their language in hurling sexist and misogynistic remarks. Walang paggalang sa babae. Wala ring respeto sa sariling tungkulin. Ang masama pa, they dismiss their foul comments as humor or political banter. May isang kongresistang nagpantasya ng kalaswaan sa isang artista. May isang senador na matapos magkomento na magandang isang atleta na uncomfortably pinaamin na walang boyfriend, ay inudyukan ng isang may asawang colleague na manligaw sa atleta. May isang abogado na mangmang at mayabang na nagsabing kaya nagpo-post ng photos ang isang artista ay para pagnasahan daw at umamin pa siya na pinagnasahan ng isang babaeng kongresista. Dalawang mambabatas na mambabastos ito. At 3 silang di umano'y nakapag-aral pa ng batas. Pero hindi tumatalab sa kanila ang Convention for the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, or CEDAW, Magna Carta of Women, Safe Spaces Act, at marami pang batas at polisiya para sa kababaihan. Kung gayon, may ilang mga opisyal at personalidad na doble kara, ibang asal sa sinasabi. Meron din namang foul mouth talaga, mababantot ang bunganga. And then, there is a kind of leader who does not talk, but her silence effectively disrespects women while diminishing her own office. She keeps quiet, yet her silence already speaks volume. Kahit siya mismo ay babae, kahit siya mismo ang pangalawang pinakamataas na opisyal ng ating bansa, sa gitna ito ng lantaran at tahasang pambabastos sa kababaihan. In the particular cases of Congressman Suntay and Attorney Topacio, we know that their remarks were uttered in light of the impeachment complaint against the Vice President herself. Yan siguro ang paraan nila ng pagdepensa kay VP Sara. Gets po natin yan, kahit bastos sila. Ang hindi natin gets ay kung bakit si VP Sara ay naaatim na manahimik kahit inaalipusta na ang mga babaeng gaya niya. Dahil ba sa kakampi niya ang nagsalita? Dahil ba ang mga sinabi ay sa konteksto ng pagtatanggol sa kanya? Isn't the dignity of women far more important to her than personal or partisan interests? Isn't decency in public discourse weightier than political theatrics in pursuit of presidential ambition? Katulad din ba ito ng pananahimik ni VP Sara sa pananakop ng China sa ilang bahagi ng West Philippine Sea? Gaya ba ito sa pagtikom ng kanyang bibig sa harap ng pambabastos ng Chinese Embassy sa mga kapwa niya opisyal ng gobyerno? Mas matimbang ba sa kanyang suporta ng China para sukdulang talikuran ng sariling bansa? Mas mabigat bang interes ng dayuhan kaysa sa ating soberanya? Kaysa seguridad ng ating mga mangingisda? Kaysa kapakanan ng mga pareho niyang nasa pamahalaan? Gaya rin kaya ito ng pananahimik ni VP Sara sa malinaw na inciting to sedition na ginawa ng kanyang ama sa isang rally sa Davao na hinikayat na mag-alsa ang militar. Nanaig lang kaya ang pagiging anak niya o presensya mismo niya ay maituturing na pagsang-ayon sa sinabi ng kanyang ama? May malinaw na krimeng naganap, pero hindi nagsalita o dumistansya. Dito, si VP Sara, mas matimbang bang politika nilang mag-ama kaysa pangingibabaw ng batas at kaayusan sa ating lipunan? Saan na napunta ang panunumpa sa katungkulan na maging tapat sa konstitusyon at mga batas? Sa bagay, magtataka pa ba tayo sa bibig niya nga pala mismo galing na naisip niyang putulin ang ulo ng Pangulo at nagbanta pang ipapatay ito. May tapang at malasakit daw sa maraming issue. Pero tikom ang bibig pagdating sa mga usapin ng dignidad ng kababaihan, soberenya sa sariling bansa, at pangingibabaw ng batas. And here is not enough that we call out the silence of the Vice President. And is that also enough that we point out the silence actually reflects on her character, on the type of woman and leader she really is? That on the things that matter, women's dignity, our country's sovereignty, the rule of law in our land, we cannot count on her. Importante po ang mga puntong ito. But our bigger point here is to confront the political message and symbolic meanings of that silence. More telling here are the far-reaching repercussions that silence may cause in the public consciousness and the effects that it may engender in the minds of our public servants. Na tamang manahimik kahit niyuyurakan ng dignidad ng tao. Na tamang magsawalang kibo kahit inaagaw ng ating teritoryo at inaalipusta na ang sariling kababayan. Na tamang palampasin ang krimen at panggugulo na parang walang kwenta ang ating konstitusyon at mga batas. This is the sound of Sara's silence. Hindi tayo pumapayag dito. Hindi tayo dapat pumayag dito. At tayo naman sa kamarang ito, ano ang ating tugon? Huwag naman po sanang magkikibit balikat. Huwag naman po sanang mahawaan ng pananahimik dahil ang pagsasawalang kibo ay pakikisangkot. Dapat na hamunin at singilin natin ang ating mga pinuno kapag mali, kapag baluktot ang kanilang asal at salita, at kapag walang katwiran ang kanilang pagtikom ng bibig kung kailan kailangan. Belated International Women's Day, Happy Women's Month, mabuhay ang kababaihan at lahat ng mga makakababahihan. Maraming salamat po. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to repair the speech of Representative Leila M. De Lima to the Committee on Rules for appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The speech of Representative Leila De Lima is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, may we request to acknowledge the guests of Representative Jose Joboy Aquino III. They are the newly appointed general and senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. They are as follows: Brigadier General Francis Carandang, Captain Emmanuel Azrael Eba, Colonel John Paul Hakla, Captain Frederick Francisco, Captain Aniceto Medela III, Colonel Primrose Corral, Captain Lex Heathcliff Basilio, Captain Alan Canaleja, Colonel Ruel Tabas, Colonel Von Michael Blase, Colonel Anthony Fer Solamo, Colonel Luisita Clavecillas II, Colonel Percival Alcanar, Colonel Neil Armstrong Batayola, Colonel Ferdinand Bruce Tocong, Colonel Franklin M. Garcia, Colonel Cleto Lelina Jr., Colonel Uji Villan, Colonel Charlie Saclot, Colonel Teresita Gangan, Colonel Peter Louis Solosa, Colonel Romeo Gabor, Colonel Andrew Cagape, Colonel Robert Betita, Colonel Terence Ilanan, Colonel Emmanuel Laroa, Colonel Lamsel Caranguian, Colonel Victor Teleron, Colonel Noel Wamil, Colonel Ronnie Santa Catalina, Colonel Ranier Mabus, Colonel Achenar Labordo, Colonel Randy Galiza, Colonel Michael Porteros, Colonel Rainier Nirza, Colonel Francis Espiritu, Colonel Robert Isnani, Colonel Angelo Caraig, Colonel Jericho Maanyo, Colonel Alexander Zapanta, Colonel Herbert Cinco, Colonel Gina Burak, Colonel Emmanuel Cuadra, Colonel Armando Laranang, Captain Mark Buhion, Captain Ronald Paras, Captain Susan Pisido, Captain Roberto Tavares Jr., Colonel Lemuel Baduya, Colonel Magno M. Palad III, Colonel Earl Panganiban, Colonel Obar Hagada, Colonel Nante Oceano, Colonel Helson Buyukan, Colonel Agnes Balinas, Colonel Ray David Takeban, Colonel Romel de Mesa, Colonel Nolly Binbinon, Colonel Jeffrey Balingao, Colonel Marvin Maragon, Colonel Chris Baloran, Colonel Norleo Adulam, Colonel Rodolfo Tubera Jr., Colonel Peter Barola, Colonel Jean Paul Santos, Colonel Anthony Amora, Colonel Richie Salinas, Colonel Beverly Librada, Colonel Jeffrey Calao, and Colonel Regino Mayor.
To the guest of Representative Jose Joboy Aquino II of the Lone District of Butuan City, welcome to the House of Representatives. Esteemed colleagues, our warmest round of applause. You may take your seat. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that Representative Iris Marie de Mesa Montes of 4K Party List be recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Representative Montes is recognized.
Madam Speaker, esteemed colleagues, I rise today to honor the women of our nation and the world. In this pivotal moment of history, we face overlapping crises: climate change, economic insecurity,
healthcare disparities, and threats to democratic participation. These challenges are deeply intertwined, and women, especially those from marginalized communities, often bear their harshest impacts. Yet women are not merely survivors of this crisis. Women are agents of change, architects of transformation, and stewards of hope. Kung saan may krisis, nariyan ang kababaihan upang maglatag ng solusyon. Kung saan may pangangailangan, nariyan ang kababaihan upang magbigay ng pag-asa. Our history reminds us that women have always been leaders. Long before colonial times, the babaylan stood as healers, spiritual guides, and community leaders. They nurtured the sick, safeguarded traditions, and provided wisdom that sustained their people. The babaylan embodied the power of women to lead, to heal, and to inspire collective strength. Today, women continue to carry those roles in modern forms. Our doctors and nurses heal, our teachers and mothers guide, our activists and community organizers mobilize, our entrepreneurs innovate, and yes, our legislators craft laws that shape the nation. The spirit of Babaylan lives in every woman who rises to defend her community, protect the environment, and fight for justice. Women give time, care, wisdom, and courage. And in giving, they gain not only strength for themselves, but resilience for their families, their communities, and the nation. Kapag nagbigay ang kababaihan ng malasakit, kapalit nito ang mas matibay na lipunan. Kapag nagbigay sila ng kaalaman, kapalit nito ay mas maliwanag na kinabukasan. But let us also recognize that when society gives more to women, when we provide them with opportunities, investments, and platforms for leadership, the whole nation gains. By opening doors for women in education, in business, in science, in governance, and in community life, we do not only uplift individuals, we strengthen the very foundation of our democracy and economy. Madam Speaker, to honor Women's Month is not merely ceremonial. It is a call to action. Babae, bida sa pagbabago is not just a slogan. It is a truth we must uphold in legislation, in governance, and in everyday life. Let us commit to policies that strengthen women's economic security, protect their rights, amplify their voices in democracy, and ensure their leadership in sustainability. Kung nais natin ng matatag na kinabukasan, dapat nating kilalanin at suportahan ang kababaihan bilang katuwang sa pagbabago. Sa paggunita ng Women's Month, ating tatandaan ang kinabukasan na magiging makabuluhan, mas magiging makatarungan, at mas magiging matatag kung ito ay hinuhubog ng kababaihan. Because when women give, society gains. And when society gives more to women, the nation prospers. And when women lead in the classroom, in the economy, in the enterprise, in the community, and in the halls of power, the future thrives. Maraming salamat at mabuhay ang kababaihan.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to repair the speech of Representative Iris Marie de Mesa Montes to the Committee on Rules for Appropriate Action.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The speech of Representative Montes is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no other member who wishes to avail of the privilege hour, I move to close the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The privilege hour is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed with the consideration of measures under the calendar of business.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of business for the day, I move to consider House Bill number 7704 as contained in Committee Report number 112, submitted by the Committee on Labor and Employment, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill number 7704.
House Bill number 7704, an act expanding the prohibited acts of discrimination in employment against women and on the basis of gender, amending for the purpose Presidential Decree number 442, otherwise known as the Labor Code of the Philippines as amended.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The sponsorship and debate is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to recognize the Senior Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Labor and Employment, Representative Johan Bautista, to sponsor the measure.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Representative Bautista is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Majority Leader. Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues, as we commemorate Women's Month, I stand before this august chamber, not only to celebrate the achievements of Filipino women, but to confront a reality that many women continue to face every day: discrimination and inequality in the workplace. After thorough committee deliberations, consultations with stakeholders, and careful review of existing laws and jurisprudence, it is my honor as Senior Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Labor and Employment and as representative of Trabajo Party List to sponsor today House Bill number 7704 as contained in the Committee Report number 112 entitled An Act Expanding the Prohibited Acts of Discrimination in Employment against Women and on the Basis of Gender, amending for the purpose Presidential Decree number 442, otherwise known as the Labor Code of the Philippines, as amended. Madam Speaker, one of the basic policies of our labor code is to ensure equal work opportunities regardless of sex. Our laws have long recognized women as full and equal partners of men in development and nation building, and we have committed to provide women the same rights and opportunities equal to that of men. Sa kabila ng ating mga tagumpay sa pagpapasa ng mga batas para sa kababaihan, nananatili pa rin ang diskriminasyon at hindi pagkakapantay-pantay sa trabaho. Hanggang ngayon, nananatiling realidad para sa maraming kababaihan ang mas mababang sahod para sa parehong trabaho ng kalalakihan. Pagkakait ng promosyon at oportunidad, hindi patas na pagtrato sa hiring at diskriminasyong dulot ng pagbubuntis o pagiging ina. Consider this. Only about 56% of working-age women participate in the labor force compared to around 77% of men, highlighting the persistent gender gap in economic activity. Women remain economically vulnerable in the labor market. Across occupations, the gender wage gap ranges from about 4 to 44%, with some women in rural communities earning nearly 29% less than their male counterparts for similar work. Even when women seek better opportunities, they continue to face barriers. These challenges exist despite women generally attaining higher levels of education than men, with more women completing secondary school and enrolling in higher education programs. This measure seeks to address these realities. Madam Speaker, allow me to briefly highlight what this bill accomplishes after the careful work of the committee. First, it strengthens the prohibition against discrimination, ensuring that women are not disadvantaged in work assignments, employment benefits, and job security on account of sex or just because they are women. Second, it reinforces protection for women workers against discriminatory practices related to maternity or assumptions about a woman's capacity to work. Third, the bill aligns our labor code with existing gender equality laws, reinforcing the state's obligation to ensure substantive equality for women in all spheres, including employment. Fourth, because a law is only as strong as its enforcement, the measure introduces more stringent penalties for violators of the prohibited acts of discrimination. And finally, the measure provides stronger accountability mechanisms with the Department of Labor and Employment tasked to enforce the strengthened provisions in coordination with the Philippine Commission on Women. Madam Speaker, distinguished colleagues, as legislators, we often speak about empowering women. But empowerment must go beyond recognition. It must be supported by policies that protect women where it matters most, in their livelihood, their opportunities, and their dignity at work. Ang patas na pagtrato sa kababaihan sa lugar ng trabaho ay hindi isang pabor o espesyal na pribilehiyo. Ito po ay karapatan. Ito po ay katarungan. Ito po ay pagkakapantay-pantay. At higit sa lahat, ito po ay paggalang sa dignidad ng bawat manggagawang Pilipina. Ensuring that no woman employee or worker is discriminated in employment and in the workplace simply because she is a woman is a matter of fundamental justice. Madam Speaker, with the support of the committee and in recognition of our Filipino women employees and workers across the country, I respectfully urge the immediate approval of House Bill number 7704. Let us make the Women's Month not only a celebration, but a commitment to stronger labor protections and genuine equality in the workplace. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 7704.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Consideration of House Bill number 7704 is hereby suspended. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to consider House Resolution number 832, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the resolution.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Resolution number 832.
House Resolution number 832, a resolution congratulating and commending Filipina tennis champion Alexandra Alex Maniego Ayala for her historic achievement in the Women's Tennis Association for reaching a career-high singles ranking of world number 31 on February 23, 2026, making her the highest-ranked Filipino in WTA, for bringing honor and pride to the Filipino nation, and for inspiring and empowering other women.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to adopt House Resolution number 832.
There is a motion to adopt House Resolution number 832. All those who are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those against it, say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution number 832 is hereby adopted. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session is suspended. Session is resumed and the Majority Leader is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I move to take up additional reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as the committee reports.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as the committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Additional reference of business, resolutions. House Resolution 840, directing the appropriate House Committee to conduct an inquiry into the status, inventory, and management of real properties and assets acquired and held by the Privatization and Management Office by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 841, directing the appropriate House Committee to conduct an inquiry into the unfulfilled mandates of the UNIFEST under RA number 10687, specifically concerning the delayed implementation of the National Student Loan Program, impact evaluation studies, and the rationalization of government scholarships by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 842, expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the House of Representatives on the passing of Neil Sedaka, legendary singer-songwriter, and honoring his enduring contributions to music by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 843, supporting the proposed adoption of 4-day work week in government offices by Representative Lazatin.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulations.
House Resolution 844, congratulating and commending Filipino gymnast champion Carlos Edriel Poquis Yulo for winning the gold medal in the men's vault in the 53rd Federation Internacional de Gimnastic Artistic Gymnastics World Championships in Jakarta, Indonesia by Representative Barba.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 845, extending profound condolences of the House on the passing of the late Honorable Jose C. De Venecia Jr.
To the
by
Committee on
Representative
Rules.
Barba. House Resolution 846, congratulating and commending Filipino-American boxer Shera May Patricio for capturing the WCNABF Women's Super Flyweight Championship in Verona, New York by Representative Barba.
To the Committee on Games and Amusements.
House Resolution 847, directing the DSWD, the DOJ, the PNP, and the NBI to submit reports on their current efforts to combat online sexual abuse and exploitation of children by Representative Barba.
To the Committee on Public Order and Safety.
House Resolution 848, urging the PRC to establish a service center in Liloy, Zamboanga del Norte by Representative Amatong.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Resolution 850, urging the Committee on Transportation to conduct an inquiry on the recurring road accidents resulting from the Boss Ironman Motorcycle Challenge, specifically the 2026 Boss Ironman Mindanao Cup by Representative Gomez.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 851, urging the President to certify as urgent legislation measures that will temporarily suspend or reduce excise taxes on gasoline and diesel and or provide for the temporary removal or reduction of VAT on petroleum products by Representative Nazal.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Resolution 852, directing the Committees on Energy and Ways and Means, jointly or separately, to conduct an inquiry into the recent and projected fuel price increases by Representative Suarez.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 853, requesting His Excellency to temporarily suspend the implementation of VAT and excise tax on all petroleum products while the conflict between Iran, Israel, and the USA exists by Representative Galang.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Resolution 854, enforcing Section 47F of the Electric Power Industry Reform Act of 2001 to safeguard congressional oversight over the Agus and Polangi hydroelectric power complexes by Representatives Rehencia and Amano.
To the Committee on Energy.
House Resolution 855, directing the Committees on Labor and Employment and Trade and Industry to conduct a joint inquiry on the implementation of the telecommuting program under the Telecommuting Act and flexible work arrangements in the government under CSC Memorandum Circular 6, years of 2022, as amended by Representative Marcos.
To the Committee on Rules.
Committee reports. Committee report number 141, submitted by the Committee on People's Participation on House Bill 4706. Committee report number 142, submitted by the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals on House Bill 8360. Committee report number 143, submitted by the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms on House Bill 8389.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no other items in the agenda, I move to suspend session until tomorrow, Tuesday, March 10, 2026, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The session is suspended until tomorrow, Tuesday, March 10, 2026, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Salamat po.